back. I've been hearing y'all in the comments and bringing you guys exactly what you've been asking for. Before we get into the video, don't forget to like, comment, and be sure to check out the merch in the description below. And as always, subscribe for the Emperor. Now, let's get into the video.
Varkhannis had been born to war. From orbit, it looked like a wound in the void, a scarred globe bound in iron. Planetary plate bastions encircled it like the links of a colossal chain, each a fortress in its own right, bristling with macro cannon and lance housings. Its night side was a swarm of light, not delicate stars, but the harsh glare of lumen towers along trench lines that ran like sutures across entire continents. Whole oceans were hemmed in with Prometheum docks and submarine pen cathedrals. Mountain ranges had been bitten down into bunkers and redoubts, their peaks shorn away to make room for artillery shrines and Titan hangars. It was a fortress world of the segmentum, a shrine to a single brutal virtue, service. Varkhannis did not have cities. It had hives, fortress hives, each a layered bastion of rockcrete and plasteel, rising in stepped terraces of manufactoria, armorium vaults and parade grounds, all crowned by spires of gilded stone where ecclesiarchy censors burned, and the Adeptus Administratum tallied the cost of endless war. The fields between these hives were not farmland, but proving grounds and training ranges, their surfaces chewed into permanent mud by the treads of 1 million tanks. The population was counted in tens of billions, but those numbers meant little. On Varkhannis, a man existed in one of two states. He was under arms, or he was waiting to be. In the command spire of Hive Bastion Turigar, the air tasted of oil, incense, and old fear. The War Council chamber was a cathedral first, and a planning vault second. Pillars thick as voidship masts rose to a groined ceiling lost in incense haze, every arch crowded with carved saints trampling Xenos underfoot. Stained glass shutters loomed above, panes depicting ancient victories, each panel reinforced with fine adamant bars so that glory would not shatter under bombardment. Candles burned in hook-hammered sconces, their smoke coiling around vox pylons and cogitator towers like grey serpents. Cherub servitors circled overhead on wings of leather and brass, their cherubic faces waxen and eyeless, rebreathers sighing as they whispered Binharic prayers into the rafters. Lord Militant Voron stood at the heart of it all, before a great hololithic display table that cast pale light up across his scarred features. He was an old soldier, his skin like tanned parchment stretched over hard bone. A faded plasma burn had seared one side of his face, curling his left ear into a melted knot and dragging that eye down into a permanent squint. He wore his rank cuirass of blackened carapace plate over a threadbare uniform, the breast polished to a dull sheen. His hands, clasped behind his back, bore the broken veins and scarred knuckles of a man who had known the taste of trench mud, as well as command liqueur. "The choir screams of blood, my lord." The voice came from the foot of the hololith, thin and rasping. The Astropath Primus knelt with his forehead pressed to the cold stone, where once he had possessed eyes. His sockets had been sealed with augmetic plates, etched with sigils of warding and bound in silver wire. Old scars ringed the implants like ragged suns. Fresh blood tracked from beneath them, thin streams that had dried in crooked lines down his cheeks. His robe clung, damp with sweat, to a frame that was almost skeletal. "We have heard the same name in the currents, again and again," he croaked, burning through the Empyrean like a brand. Voron did not turn to look at him. His gaze remained fixed on the hololith, where the representation of the system hung in pale fire above the table. The steady pinpoints of loyal beacons ringed the central icon of Varkhannis. Out on the system's edge, the Auspex buoys were steady, unremarkable, for now. "Say the name," Voron said. His voice was hoarse from too many council sessions and too little rest. "Let the chamber hear it." The Astropath Primus shuddered, thin frame, convulsing as if an invisible hand clenched around his heart. "Blood for the blood god," he whispered first, the words torn from him involuntarily. "Skulls for the skull throne. Kill, maim, burn." Around the chamber, the ripple of unease was almost physical. Robed Munitorum adepts glanced at one another and made the sign of the aquila over their chests. A tall figure in the black greatcoat of the commissariat scowled, his hand dropping instinctively to the hilt of his bolt pistol. An ecclesiarchy confessor clutched his staff, knuckles whitening, lips moving in counter-curse. "Name," Vorin repeated. The astropath raised his ruined face. When he spoke, it was not one voice but many, layered one atop the other, as if a choir spoke through his throat. "Khârn," he exhaled, bloody spittle flying from his lips. "A war host marked by the blood god claws its way toward us through the sea of souls." Silence answered him. It was as if the whole chamber had drawn breath and forgotten how to let it go. Vorin closed his eyes for a heartbeat. In the darkness behind his lids, he saw the parade grounds of his youth, the banners of Varkhannis at full spread in the wind, the faces of men he had sent to die in a dozen other campaigns. He saw also the things that followed a warband sworn utterly to Khârn. Planets left as skull piles, sectors burned into silence. Then he opened his eyes, and the weakness passed. "Then we will receive them, as befits a fortress world of the Imperium," he said. "Munitorum adepts, report." The cogitator towers whirred and chattered, their machine spirits purring as data streamed through brass-rimmed lumen slates. A thin man in a parchment robe stepped forward from his cluster of servitors, slate in one hand, 3 more floating around him on servo arms. His skin had the waxy pallor of one who lived under vault light, not sun. "By your command, Lord Militant," he said, voice flat with exhaustion and acrid recaf. "Varkhannis has in situ the equivalent of several thousand Astra Militarum regiments, fully raised and under arms, counting line infantry, armored, mechanized, artillery, siege, and airborne formations. Additional regiments can be stood up within a span of weeks from current HAB levels if required, assuming conscription quotas are enforced without variance. Our armored parks field millions of tanks and armored fighting vehicles, including multiple brigades of super-heavy assets. Titan legions maintain several full maniples of god machines within the main fortress hives and mobile musters beyond. The attached Skitari cohorts from the Adeptus Mechanicus number in the hundreds of thousands. He paused, only to suck in a breath before continuing, his eyes flickering as data fed into the augmetic jack mounted at his temple. The defense fleet is comprised of 3 battleships, 5 grand cruisers, and a number of attendant escorts and support vessels. Orbital plate fortresses provide overlapping macro battery fire and void shield coverage. We possess munitions stockpiles sufficient to prosecute an extended campaign against a foe of comparable mass, assuming no catastrophic loss of production capacity. His voice had gained a faint note of pride as he recited the litany of strength, but as he reached the end, that pride faltered. He licked dry lips, eyes flicking toward the astropath Primus, and then away. "However," he added, the word falling like ash, "the enemy is dedicated to slaughter. The data pertain to material strength. They do not account for spiritual factors," Vorin grunted. "The blood god has no monopoly on devotion," he said. "We have faith, and we have a world designed to grind war hosts to paste, begin full mobilization, elevate readiness to the highest catechism. There will be no staged response. We meet them with everything from the first moment." Around the chamber, adepts began to bark into Vox pickups. A subordinate general scribbled authorization sigils on a slate. The confessor raised his staff and intoned a battle canticle, his voice echoing off the vaulted ceiling. Across Varkhannis, the world woke to the scream of the war sirens. Vox towers that had been silent since the last sector crusade spat out their warnings on all frequencies. In the hab blocks of the mid-hives, men jerked from exhausted sleep as lumen strips flickered to bloody crimson. Hive enforcers and press gangs swarmed down into the underhives, shock mauls crackling, dragging half-dressed, half-drunk hive scum from dens and fighting pits and herding them onto waiting troop haulers. Names were taken in sloppy ledger books. The ledgers did not matter. They would be meat in uniform soon enough. On parade grounds scorched by countless drill sessions, regiments formed up, columns of flak armored men and boys, marching between statues of heroes who had died for worlds most of them had never heard of. Commissars strode along the lines in long black coats, faces like carved stone, bolt pistols holstered at their hips, power swords rattling against polished boots. Ecclesiarchy priests walked amid the ranks, swinging censers that belched out thick, choking incense, scattering holy oils over the laser guns held in trembling hands. "Remember," a commissar barked, his voice amplified by Vox Grill, "you are Varkhannians, fortress-born. There is no retreat from this world. There is only the Emperor's will and the war he has given you to fight." A murmur rippled through the ranks. Some men whispered prayers. Others cursed softly in low Gothic. Near the end of one column, a thin guardsman with stubble on his jaw and a smoker's cough leaned toward his squadmate, keeping his eyes fixed forward. "Heard the choir, Bren," he muttered. "Mark of the blood god, they say." His companions spat a gob of phlegm into the dust, boot grinding it under heel. "All gods die same as men when enough lasfire." "Hits them," Bren grunted. "Besides, what else were you going to do tonight? Drink corpse starch and choke on it?" A few of the men nearby snorted. The sound was brittle. Fear hid inside it, like a knife beneath a cloak. Above, the stormtrooper cadres watched in silence. They stood apart from the line infantry, armor black and carapace layered, hellguns clutched at the ready. Their officers, faces hidden behind expressionless visors, walked the line with a predator's appraisal, looking for the weak, the hesitant, the ones who might break when the ground began to drink blood. In orbit, the Varkhannian defense fleet woke its machine spirits. Great battleships that had slumbered in watchful patrol around the world for decades responded as their crews intoned ancient catechisms. Plasma reactors cycled up from safe looms into full war output, fusion cores thundering like caged suns within armored hearts. Void shield projectors throbbed to life, invisible fields shimmering, faintly around hulls that had already known the bite of enemy fire in distant wars. Macro batteries along armored flanks opened their blast shutters with a grinding of adamant teeth. Gun crews hurried through ammunition rituals, blessing shell casings stacked like sarcophagi on loading trolleys. Every shell was anointed with oils and stamped with wax seals bearing the aquila. Each was named aloud as it was guided into place. Lance decks throbbed with crackling energy. Technicians in red Mechanicus robes, marching in circles around humming emitters as they chanted in Binharic to soothe the analytical fury of the machine spirits. On the orbital plate fortresses, Vox officers chanted the rite of ignition into brass horns, each line delivered exactly as it had been for centuries. They were not invoking mere habit. On a fortress world, ritual was as much part of the armor as the plasteel. In the depths of Hive Bastion Tarigar, far below the parade grounds and war shrines, behind doors, sealed with purity sigils and adamant teeth, an entirely different rite took place. A simple case lay on a stone plinth, its surface worn by the passage of time. Inquisitorial seals, red wax stamped with the sigil of the Inquisition's threefold eye, held it shut. The chamber was small, its walls bare, its only light a single lumen globe that flickered intermittently as if nervous. A man in plain, dark clothing stood before the plinth. He wore no ostentatious rosette, no overt mark of status, but the two stormtroopers at the door stood like statues, eyes fixed ahead. His face was unremarkable, the sort that could vanish in any crowd. The thing that set him apart was his gaze, hard and utterly without illusion. He drew a knife from his belt, its edge dull, its purpose ceremonial, not martial. With careful precision, he pressed the blade into the wax seal and drew it across. The sigil split with a soft crack. One by one, he broke the others, each fracture sounding louder in the quiet room than a gunshot. When the last seal fell away, he opened the case. Within lay a single data slate bound in black leather. Upon the leather was a single sigil wrought in silver, the stylized eye of the Inquisition again, this time encircled by the script of an extermination edict. He picked up the slate and turned it so the lumen light glinted on its surface. Runes flickered into life, projected from a contact stud beneath his thumb. He read the words without expression. Contingency authority for extreme measures in the event of planetary contamination, irretrievable defense collapse, or incursions of unacceptable scale. Planetary annihilation by sanctioned means was not an abstract concept here. Varkhannis was a bastion. Bastions, when they fell, were expected to fall in fire, so that nothing unclean could cling to their ruins. He closed the slate, placed it back in its cradle, and shut the case once more. The broken wax and split sigils could not be replaced. The rite was simple, irreversible. The edict was active. In a side chapel, high within the same hive, a different watcher observed a different kind of ritual. The chapel was a narrow spear of stone that jutted from the command spire's flank, its inner walls crowded with icons hammered into the rock, crude aquilae, tarnished skulls, small purity scrolls bearing prayers for fallen sons. Candles burned in their hundreds below the icons, the wax having formed stalactites that drooped toward the floor. The air was choked with incense and the bitter stink of recycled breath. Kneeling men packed the pews, heads bowed as a confessor thundered from the pulpit about the emperor's watchful gaze and the glory of a death spent in his service. His staff cracked against the wood with each emphatic word. In the shadows near the rear, larger even than the statues that lined the walls, a figure stood motionless. He wore dull grey ceramite plate, the surface of his armor scored with old scars and acid. Burns. There was no chapter heraldry on his pauldrons, no purity seals or campaign badges, only faint shark-like markings along the trim that caught the candlelight and then vanished again. His helm was clipped to his belt. The face revealed above the gorget might have been carved from basalt. Pale eyes watched the congregation without inflection, noting the set of shoulders, the smells of fear and devotion, the way the men flinched at every shout of the confessor's voice. He listened to the litany, to the promises of martyrdom and the assurances of the ecclesiarchy that the emperor saw every sacrifice. None of it seemed to move him. He was not here for comfort. When the confessor led the chapel in a final prayer, the giant warrior turned away. His bootsteps were surprisingly quiet on the stone, for all their mass. He stepped through a side archway into a maintenance passage where the candlelight did not reach. There, in the gloom, he reached to his belt and thumbed a rune on a small device the size of a man's palm, its surface bristling with antennae and warding sigils scratched in quick, ugly lines. For a heartbeat, nothing happened. Then the air around him hummed, a brief pressure inversion that made the lumen strips in the passage flicker. His form blurred, wavered, and then vanished entirely, leaving only the fading scent of machine oil and cold air. On the system's edge, the Auspex buoys died. One moment they pinged their dutiful sweeps of the void, sending back reports of empty dark and the slow drift of old wrecks beyond the formal shipping lanes. The next, each buoy cried out in its own machine cant, a burst of static and panicked code as something vast and hateful shoved against reality. In the command spire, cogitator banks squealed protest. The hololithic representation of the system flickered. Tiny green icons that marked the buoys flared, turned the deep crimson of warning, and then went out one by one, like candles pinched between bloody fingers. "Contact, Lord Militant!" a Vox officer shouted, voice cracking. Multiple mass signatures translating from the warp. Translational violence off the scale. Geller field anomalies across the board. They are by the throne. His words dissolved into a whisper. The hololith shivered, then resolved into a new pattern. Where there had been only the quiet emptiness of deep space, there now hung a storm of brutal shapes. Cruisers and battle barges, their hulls malformed by centuries of warp exposure, their prows bearing great brass icons shaped like snarling skulls and rune sigils picked out in dried blood. Chains dragged behind them, studded with frozen corpses and the wreckage of lesser ships impaled as trophies. The Vox filled with a low, distant chant, not carried by any authorized signal, but bleeding in around the edges of sanctioned channels, a wordless roar that resolved into a simple, hideous litany. Kill, maim, burn. On the hololith, the newcomer's course arrowed straight toward the tiny blinking icon that represented Varkhannis. It was not a cautious vector. It was the path of a thrown weapon, a brutal, direct line from the edge of the system to the fortress world's throat. "World Eaters," whispered someone in the War Council chamber. Vorin stared at the display, at the brass sigils of Khârn stamped into the ghost light of the enemy hulls. He felt the weight of every man under his command then, every soul pressed into uniform on his world of iron. "So be it," he said softly, to himself more than to those around him. Varkhannis would hold, or it would burn. There was nothing between. Reality screamed as the World Eaters tore their way into the Varkhannis system. The void did not simply ripple. It came apart, a wound in the darkness opening like a jagged maw. Warp fire bled through first, a sickly, shimmering radiance that boiled Auspex readings and made loyal machine spirits gibber in terrified Binharik. Then the ships came shouldering out of unreality, iron and brass hulks crusted with barnacles of demonic growth, their hulls scarred by centuries of war and warp tide. They did not arrive in ordered formation. They clawed their way into real space like a pack of rabid predators forced through too narrow a gate. Murder barges, their prows adorned with brass icons in the shape of grinning skulls, rolled on their axes as they shed sheets of warp lightning. Cruisers whose hulls were a patchwork of stolen armor and fused demon flesh trailed chains behind them, links studded with frozen corpses that spun lazily in their wake. Lesser escorts clung close like remoras to leviathans, their vox masts wrapped in flayed skin, their gun decks already opening. The vox filled with the sound that followed them from the immaterium, a chant that was not born by any single transmission, but seeped through the spectrum itself, a constant, distant thunder that underlay every channel. "Kill," it whispered in 1,000 overlapping voices. "Kill," it sighed through corrupted vox arrays and across Varkhannis' defense grid, twisting beneath encryption codes and drowning out drill cants. "Maim, burn." The chant settled over the system like a curse. At the heart of the war host, the flagship drove forward like a thrown blade. It was an ancient battle barge, long since stripped of any noble name. Its loyalist heraldry had been carved away in ages past, the scars of that violation still visible beneath the rusted brass and flayed skin that now adorned its flanks. Great towers of gunmetal rose along its spine, each bearing macro cannon whose barrels bristled like stubbed fingers. Here and there, demon engines were shackled to its hull, clawing at the void, their metallic skeletons wrapped in taut, bleeding flesh that steamed in the cold. Deep within that beast of iron and madness, a gantry spanned the open space of a primary mustering hold like a bridge, over a blood sea. The deck beneath the gantry shone wet and dark, still slick from the last cleansing of the hold. Chains hung from overhead gantries, bearing the stripped corpses of slaves and failed aspirants, their flesh carved with crude runes of the blood god. The drip of blood to the deck below was a slow, constant rain, forming a shallow lake around the boots of world eaters as they gathered in their hundreds. On the gantry, Khârn the betrayer walked, and the gathered sons of Angron roared for war. His armor was the red of arterial blood under fresh lacquer and old stains, the plates scabbed with gore that no amount of scrubbing or demon fire would ever fully erase. Brass trim gleamed on his pauldrons, each edge cut and battered by a lifetime of blows. Chains hung from his belt and gorget, bearing skulls cracked by his own hand. Some were human, others clearly not, but all had been rendered down to the same white offerings. Gorechild rested in his gauntleted grip. The chainaxe's head canted slightly, teeth chattering in a constant, hungry whine. The demon bound within the weapon stirred as Khârn passed beneath dangling corpses, basking in the scent of old and fresh blood. Its teeth flexed along the arc of its blade, testing the air for the tang of fear. Below, on the hold floor, World Eater champions were chained to stone pillars, not as prisoners, but as favored war beasts straining at the leash. They had cried out for battle too long, raiding across lesser worlds, seeking an enemy that would not simply break at the first application of force. Now, with a fortress world before them and the favor of their god burning like coals in their skulls, their patience had crumbled. "Let us go, betrayer!" one bellowed, voice booming even without vox amplification. His helm, in the shape of a snarling brass maw, turned up toward the gantry. "Let us run before your shadow. We will drown their trenches and build you a road of skulls." Khârn did not look at him at first. He walked to the gantry's end, boots slipping slightly in the half-dried gore, and stared down into the assembled mass. Hundreds of helms turned upward, red lenses glowing. Chain axes beat against breastplates in a staccato rhythm, a war drum made of ceramite and rage. The chant rose again from their vox grills, this time not a distant echo from the warp, but the guttural immediate promise of warriors eager for butchery. Kill, maim, burn. They howled it, voices cracking, banging weapon against armor, some head-butting the pillars that held them until cracks appeared in the stone. Khârn drank in the sound. It washed over him, through him, stirring something deep that had never been human, and was now entirely Khârn's. His breath came slow and steady inside his helm, not ragged like the lesser berserkers below. He was not frenzied yet. His rage was a coiled thing, held tightly leashed until the moment of release. The chained champion who had spoken first could not hold his tongue. "You brought us to a fortress world at last, betrayer," he shouted, leaning as far forward as his chains allowed. "Do not delay the slaughter with orbit games and cowards' artillery. Drop us into their heart. Let us—" The last word ended in a sound like a slab of meat thrown into a threshing machine. Khârn moved without apparent effort, a crimson blur along the length of the gantry. One heartbeat he stood by the rail, the next he was already dropping from the gantry's edge, Gorechild raised high. The champion had only time to tilt his helm upward before the chain axe fell. It took him from crown to pelvis, the demon weapon's teeth howling with ecstasy as they tore through ceramite, plasteel, and bone. Split halves of armor peeled away like the sides of a broken shell, ribs bursting outward in a spray of blood and viscera. The champion's spine came apart in chunks, vertebrae spinning through the air. Gorechild bit deep into the pillar behind him, showering the berserkers on either side with pulverized stone. For a moment, there was only the whine of the chain teeth as Khârn wrenched the axe free. The two halves of the World Eater champion hung for an instant on his chains, armor and meat split cleanly. Then the chains tore free, and both parts dropped to the hold floor with a wet impact, organs spilling, helmet rolling away like a kicked skull. "Do not speak to me of delay," Khârn said. His voice came through his helm vox, flat and rough. He planted one boot against what had been the champion's chest and kicked, sending the bisected corpse sliding through the blood lake, leaving twin wakes of gore. "A fortress world," he continued, turning slowly to look at the others, the red lenses of his helm a cold, murderous glare. Trench upon trench, hive upon hive. They believe that if they build enough walls and raise enough men, the blood god's eye will pass them by. He spat, a gobbet of blood and phlegm striking the stone and hissing where it touched the warp taint smeared there. "They are wrong," he said simply. Silence, heavy and eager, filled the hold. Khârn lifted Gorechild, its teeth dripping. He extended the axe, pointing its brutal head toward the far bulkhead, where a great hololithic projector flickered uncertainly. With a gesture, he summoned it to life. The hololith hummed and spat static before resolving into an image of Varkhannis, its scarred surface turning slowly in mid-air. Runes crawled around it, denoting hive nexuses, trench belts, armor parks, defense fields, void shield generators, and void ship anchorages. Dark mechanicum thralls clustered around the projector, their once human forms now little more than hunched bundles of tubes and wires in rusted exoskeletons. Vox plugs sprouted from their skulls and backs like tumors. Servo skulls flitted around their heads, projecting lines of data onto hanging slates. A mortal officer in a tattered coat and brass gorget, a former Imperial naval officer now remade as a Khârn servant, stood nearby, helm tucked under one arm. "My lord of slaughter," the mortal began, sweat sheening his brow despite the chill air. "Auspex auguries confirm multiple macro defense grids here, here, and here. We recommend we break their fleet with a feint upon the outer plates, then swing our main thrust toward their weaker flank over the northern pole. Their void shields will be slow to reorient, allowing us—" Gorechild's teeth spun faster, the pitch of their whine rising. Khârn walked past the dark mechanicum thralls without acknowledging them. One recoiled as blood from Gorechild flecked its bare metal limbs, tiny sparks skittering across exposed circuitry. The mortal officer swallowed and took half a step back, his boots sliding in the thin layer of water and oil that pooled near the projector. "Flanks," Khârn repeated, as if tasting the word. "Feints." He swung the young chain axe lazily. It passed within an inch of the officer's throat, close enough that the man felt the hungry wind of the teeth over his skin. He flinched despite himself. "We did not come here to dance," Khârn said. "We came for slaughter. We will break their fleet because we hit it until it dies. Then we will burn whatever still twitches in orbit and fall upon their walls until they are nothing but slag and bones." The mortal licked his lips. "Of course, Lord. The projections were merely—" Khârn turned his helm fractionally toward him. "Do not show me projections," he said. "Show me where the blood will run thickest. That is where I will be." He reached out one gauntleted finger and stabbed it into the hololith, marking a sprawling icon that represented a vast trench nexus girdling one of the primary fortress hives. The image flickered around his arm, ghostlight playing over gore-stained ceramite. "Here," he said. "Open the way for my pod. Here." The dark mechanicum thralls chorused a metallic acknowledgement, their vox emitters hissing as they transmitted new coordinations to the fleet. Khârn lowered his hand, turned away, and walked back along the gore-slicked deck. As he moved, the berserkers below strained at their chains, howling his name, offering their blades, promising skulls upon skulls. The flagship's engines growled, a deep, subsonic thrum that rose from the bones of the ship itself. Across the war host, murder barges turned their prows toward Varkhannis. Void shield projectors flared along the World Eater's hulls, shedding the last tatters of warp fire as the warships knifed deeper into the system. The opening bombardment began as a prayer to Khârn. From the prow towers of the flagship, macro shells the size of hab blocks were rammed into waiting breach chambers. Each shell was carved with crude 8-pointed stars and runes daubed in fresh blood. Servitor limbs guided them into places. Kriegsmarine voidsmen howled oaths and worked the firing levers. The first volleys cracked out in ripples of recoil that sent tremors through the ship. The shells crossed the void in a storm, their trajectories arcing toward the outer bastions of Varkhannis like a swarm of falling moons. Other ships joined in, their macro cannon coughing, their lance batteries vomiting spears of scalding light. In the upper atmosphere of Varkhannis, void shields flared, bloomed and shook under the assault. Great domes of shimmering force flickered around orbital plates, struggling to hold. Some endured. Others, old and poorly maintained despite Varkhannis' martial pride, faltered. Where shields failed, shells struck. Entire plates vanished in lances of white light, then blossomed into expanding clouds of molten metal and vaporized bodies. Macro shells that penetrated down through the high atmosphere struck trenches and armor fields, obliterating regiments in an instant. One shell plowed into a mustering ground where fresh recruits stood in parade order, and the explosion turned neat ranks into a red mist that rained down as a fine spray for a span of minutes, coating the ground in a new patina of blood. In Vox bunkers beneath the burning skies, officers screamed orders that no one could hear over the thunder. Trenches that had taken decades to perfect were churned into fresh craters. Whole armored companies died without ever firing a shot. Their vehicles flipped like toys, their crews smashed to pulp inside their own hulls. From the flagship's drop decks, sirens began to howl. Rows of drop pods lined the cavernous space, crude things of brutal utility, their hulls daubed with blood runes, some bearing trophies bolted to their sides. Within each pod, world eaters stood shoulder to shoulder, armor locked to hardpoints, chain axes and chain blades clutched tight. Red eyes burned behind snarling helms. Inside one pod at the foremost rank, Khârn stood alone. He did not secure himself to any safety harness. The pod barely fit him, its interior walls scarred where Gorechild had scraped them on some previous launch. He planted his boots wide, bracing. The demon weapon hummed in both hands, eager. Around him, over Vox channels filled with static from the bombardment, his warriors chanted. "Blood for the blood god," they growled. "Skulls for the skull throne. Kill, maim, burn." Their voices blurred into a single pounding rhythm that matched the pulsing of the flagship's heart. The drop deck shook as clamps released. Pods began to hurl downward in waves, each launch accompanied by a blast of vented plasma and the roar of retro rockets. Khârn's pod shuddered as it entered the launch sequence. Warning runes flared across its cramped interior. He ignored them. "Send me," he snarled, though no one in particular was listening. "Open their veins." The clamps blew. The pod dropped like a stone, snatched by gravity, wrapped in deorbit fire. The hull screamed as it knifed through the void, then into the thin upper air of Varkhannis. Friction turned the world outside into a roaring furnace. Inside, Khârn stood, unmoving, feeling each lurch and spin as if through the bones of a beast. Retro rockets fired in staccato bursts as the pod punched through ash-thick clouds. Auspex runes painted a ghost image of the ground beneath, a writhing tangle of trenches, bunkers, and scrambling infantry. The targeted nexus loomed ahead, a node where a dozen deep trenches met in a cruciform pattern, ringed by dug-in armor and heavy weapons. The pod slammed into the ground with the impact of a falling meteor. The assault clamps bit deep into rockcrete and burned earth. The shockwave rippled outwards, knocking men from their feet, collapsing trench walls, flipping nearby gun emplacements. For a heartbeat there was silence, dust billowing, last beams cutting blindly through the haze, then the pod's explosive bolts fired. The hatches blew outward on gouts of steam and smoke, slamming into the trench edges like thrown shields. They crushed men beneath their armored weight, shattering bodies and snapping limbs. Blood splashed the pod's hull. Khârn stepped out into a hurricane of last fire. Red bolts stitched across his armor, scoring black lines into the ceramite. Some found weak points, burning shallow furrows in the scarred plates. He took the hits without slowing, each impact a dull thud against mass, hardened by the gene-wrought flesh beneath. A last beam struck his helm square, splashing his vision with light, but his lenses compensated instantly. He waded forward through the storm, Gorechild raised. The first Varkhannian he reached had not even finished turning. Khârn's swing took the man at the waist. For an instant, the guardsman was whole. Then the chain teeth bit, and he folded apart, upper body spinning away in a spray of blood, lower half dropping to its knees before toppling. Khârn did not stop. He moved like a red storm given shape, each step deliberate, each blow a killing stroke. Gorechild came down on a squad leader's torso, the chain axe's weight and momentum driving through flak, against bone, into the floor of the trench, throwing up sparks as it bit rockcrete. A backhand stroke took another man's arm, shoulder, and half his chest away in a single tearing motion, ribs snapping like twigs. Last gunners tried to fall back, their sergeant howling at them to hold the line. One leveled his weapon desperately and poured lasfire into the betrayer's chest. Khârn walked through it, sparks snapping and spitting from his armor, stepped in close and crushed the man's skull beneath one armored gauntlet, fingers punching through bone as easily as wet clay. He wrenched, tearing head from shoulders, spine coming free in a wet trail. He whipped the dangling spine aside, smashing another man from his feet with the grisly flail. Heavy weapons tried to pivot. Lascanan crew, their weapon dug into an emplacement overlooking the nexus, brought its barrel to bear, chanting the litany of focused wrath. The beam cracked from its muzzle in a blinding lance of white, catching Khârn as he leapt from one trench to another. It carved a strip of ceramite from his pauldron, slagging brass, burning flesh. The betrayer roared, not in pain, but in perverse acknowledgement, and came down beside the emplacement like a falling boulder. Gorechild rose, fell, and the gun and its crew were cut in half. The Lascanan's barrel drooped, bisected, its coils spilling from the casing like metal entrails. He moved on. A Lehman Russ battle tank ground forward at the trench lip, treads chewing through bodies and mud indistinguishably. Its commander, head and shoulders out of the turret, screamed something down into the hull. The tank's battle cannon boomed, throwing a shell into the mass of red-armored figures beginning to pour from their own landing craters. Further along the line, the explosions sent World Eaters and guardsmen alike pinwheeling through the air. Khârn turned toward the tank. He leapt, the augmented strength in his transhuman muscles, hurling his mass across the churned earth. He came down on the tank's hull with enough force to buckle plating, his boots punching dents into the metal. Sparks danced around him as lasfire pattered harmlessly against the Russ's armored flanks. He swung Gorechild in a brutal arc. The chain axe's teeth chewed into the turret ring, sending up a shower of sparks and torn metal. The commander barely had time to jerk back before the weapon came around again. The second strike did not glance. It bit into the turret like an executioner's blade, carving through armor, through the man's torso, through the gun cradle beneath. The upper half of the turret sagged, then peeled away with a groan, tumbling to the ground. The commander's bisected corpse slid after it, half his face still locked, in a scream. Khârn planted one fist on the exposed innards of the tank and drove Gorechild down into the hull. The demon axe chewed through layered metal and operator alike. The tank bucked as munition racks cooked off, then exploded, throwing fire and fragments outward. All around the trench nexus, similar scenes played out as World Eaters' drop pods impacted and disgorged their cargo. Red-armored Astartes crashed into Varkhannian lines, chain weapons and chain fists ripping through men and emplacements with equal indifference. Vox traffic degenerated into panicked howls, officers screaming for reserve regiments, for artillery to fire danger close, for someone to seal the breach. On one command frequency, a harried major shouted over the sounds of battle. "It is an Astartes!" he yelled, words almost drowned by last discharges and the roar of explosions. "One of them! Red armor! He is tearing through the line alone. Entire brigades are breaking around him. Emperor preserve. Us, he will not die." Kill satellite picked feeds, their lenses peering down through clouds of smoke and fire, caught glimpses of the carnage. A single figure in crimson plate, moving with impossible speed and brutal purpose, stood atop mounds of churned bodies and wreckage. His chain axe rose and fell, each blow sending up a fan of blood. Men broke and ran at the sight of him, only to be cut down by commissars or shot in the back by their own officers desperate to hold the line. The images were transmitted up the chain of command. Some who saw them went cold with familiar dread. Others whispered a name, an old nightmare given current shape. Khârn did not care who watched. By the time the first day bled into a lightless dusk, the plains around the trench nexus burned. Oceans of promethium fire rolled across the no-man's land, fed by ruptured fuel dumps and shattered armor. Trenches had become rivers of clotted blood and mud, where boots and bodies alike sank. Artillery still howled, but much of it was now firing blind through clouds of smoke and grit. Khârn stood amid it all on a ridge of shattered rockcrete, Gorechild's teeth running down to a contented purr. His armor dripped, blackened by soot and scorched by weapon fire, but whole. Around him the dead lay piled, a carpet of broken men and twisted ceramite that had no clear beginning or end. He lifted his helm, staring up at the darkening sky, at the faint glimmer of Varkhannis' orbital plates burning in low orbit. "Is this all?" he roared, voice magnified across the battlefield by his vox, cutting through the crack of lasfire and the rumble of tanks. "Is this your fortress world, Imperium? Walls and meat?" He spread his arms wide, Gorechild in one hand, fingers splayed on the other, as if inviting the heavens themselves to strike. "Send me a foe," he snarled. "Send me something that does not break in the first day." The World Eaters around him howled approval. The fires roared higher, reflecting red in his helm lenses. Somewhere behind the veil of the sky, something vast and predatory stirred and turned its gaze toward Varkhannis. Khârn the betrayer laughed, harsh and exultant, and waited for the next wave of blood. At the rim of the Varkhannis system, the void stirred with ghosts. On the Auspex banks of the outer watch stations, the cogitator runes blurred and jittered, uncertain. Faint contacts flickered in and out of existence, lean shadows against the static wash of the World Eater's brutality. At first, the servitors slaved to the consoles dismissed them as bleed-through, phantom echoes from the storm of signatures pouring in with the Khârn war host. Then the ghosts began to resolve. One by one, the contacts firmed into hard returns, not the swollen, brutal silhouettes of the blood god's butcher ships, but long, predatory hulls that ran lean along their spines, their mass nothing like any standard imperial order of battle for the sector. They came in silent, no formal ident codes, no fleet heraldry recognized by the ship logicy. Their hull reflections showed grey, the color of old bone and distant storms, broken by strange teeth like markings along the prows. Machine spirits trembled. Auspex picked feeds caught the faintest glimmer of sigils carved into those hulls. Crude tooth glyphs, jagged and pale, like the bite marks of some vast, unseen predator. Vox hailers spoke into the void, demanding ident, demanding purpose. No answer came. The grey ships slid inward, silent as sharks in deep water, ignoring the panicked challenges of Varkhannis' outer pickets. On the flagship of that voiceless pack, an ancient battle barge bore the name Nikor, only in the whispers of its core machine spirit and the carved letters on its rusted keel. Its outer hull was a palimpsest of old coats of arms ground away, new sigils etched over them in the harsh lines of Khârn kill script. Gun decks bristled along its flanks, but many of its weapons were held cold, their spirits sleeping. This was not a ship that wasted fury on announcing itself. Deep within the barge's superstructure, in a chamber that had once been a chapel to some long-forgotten saint, Tyberos the Red Wake sat amid his trophies and watched nothing and everything. The shrine was lit by a cold, pale glow from hanging lumen cages. The light picked out rows of skulls in serried ranks upon the walls, each mounted upon a spike or strung on chains. Human crania were most common, but others hung there too, warped by Xeno's biology or the touch of the warp. Some had been polished clean until they gleamed. Others still bore the scars of their deaths, cracks, bullet holes, the ragged shearing marks of lightning claws. Broken armor plates hung between the skulls, marked in a dozen hues, each once bearing the proud colors of another chapter, another Xeno's kind, another foe. Their heraldry was scorched, defaced, but never entirely destroyed. The Khârn remembered their prey by its true form. Relic banners draped from the ceiling, swaying slightly in the slow breaths of the ship. Some were imperial, taken from traitor regiments and cleansed in blood. Others bore glyphs from dead cultures, planetary flags that had flown until the Khârn had decided otherwise. Tyberos sat on a slab of black stone that might have been a throne, or simply a block convenient to his massive frame. His Terminator armor, the heavy plate of his status as Shade Lord, creaked softly as he shifted his weight. The grey ceramite bore the scars of many campaigns, layered beneath the fresh scoring from more recent kills. His helm rested on a spike beside him, its shark jaw grill turned down, as if scenting the stone. His bare head was the colour of old bone, dusted with dark stubble. His eyes were pale and flat, like the depths beyond a reef. In his gauntleted hands lay hunger and slake, the twin claws that had given him half his legend. Their blades were currently quiet, the long curved talons retracted, the chain teeth along their inner edges still. He was not at rest. Khârn did not rest. He was brooding, a predator held in the moment before the strike, senses turned inward as much as out. The chamber's vox grill crackled. "Shade Lord," came the voice of the Nikor's master of signals. "Astropathic transmission from Varkhannis command. They invoke priority, please, and request immediate relay to your attention." Tyberos did not look up. "Route it," he said. The words were soft, almost devoid of inflection, but the vox grill obeyed as if a litany had been spoken. A different voice filled the chamber then, distorted by the long crawl through the void, freighted with desperation, barely masked by formal diction. It was the voice of Lord Militant Vorin, Varkhannis' war master, transmitted from a command spire now shaking beneath Khârn bombardment. He spoke of duty, of honor, of the Emperor's need. He spoke of the fortress world's strategic importance, of the billions of souls under his protection, of the generations raised under arms on a world whose only worship was war for the throne. He appealed to the traditions of the Adeptus Astartes, to their ancient oaths, to any shred of shared purpose he could twist into a binding. Tyberos listened. His pale eyes did not change. His thumbs tapped once, twice, against the casings of hunger and slake, a tiny beat of impatience. Vorin spoke of walls. Tyberos thought of tides. The Lord Militant's voice began to fray near the end, the strain of screaming over the sound of his planet's death, evident even through layers of static. "We beg any force under the Emperor's grace to come to our aid," he finished, words hoarse. "We cannot hold against this butcher alone." Silence hummed in the wake of his plea. The background noise of the Nikor's arteries and veins filled the chamber, the throb of engines, the faint singing of distant bulkheads flexing under void pressure, the voiceless murmur of a ship that was old and very, very awake. Tyberos said nothing. The Khârn's Astra did not answer every cry. They went where the currents of the Imperium's need and their own inscrutable codes drew them. They came like storms. They left like low tides, taking with them whatever they deemed necessary. The Vox grill spat again, this time with a different timbre. Cold, precise syllables cut through the ambient sounds like a scalpel through flesh. Authority codes, layered, encrypted, bearing the weight of the sigil of the Inquisition itself. "By authority of the Holy Ordos," said a new voice, this one as calm as a knife. Astropathic relay designation appended. All Astartes assets in range are ordered to intervene in the Varkhannis theater. Exterminatus-level contingencies are under consideration. Stand by for confirmation and response. Identified as Khârn's Astra. Battle barge Nikor. Tyberos's eyes narrowed a fraction. The nameless of the Ordos did not waste such codes lightly. This was not simply another plea for aid. It was a command, lodged in a part of the Imperium's rotting machinery, that even the Khârn still acknowledged when the price was right. He rose from the stone without haste, a grey mountain coming to its feet. The trophies on the walls rattled as his weight shifted through the deck, skulls knocking against one another with a clatter like distant teeth. "Respond," he said. The Master of Signals' voice came within a breath. "On your authority, Shade Lord." Tyberos reached for his helm. The iron growl of its seals echoed in the shrine as he clipped it into place, the world narrowing to the cold clarity of his helm lenses. His voice, when it came through the Nikor's Vox net, was stripped of all but purpose. "Khârn's Astra acknowledge," he said. "Orders received. Engagement accepted." There was no vow, no promise of glorious salvation, only that flat acceptance, that simple, inevitable agreement to kill. The Nikor stirred. In deep decks along its spine, the mass teleportariums woke like great beasts from hibernation. Huge circular plinths, each etched with complex runes of transit and lined with emitter arrays, hummed as power flooded their cores. Capacitors flared, their housings spitting tiny arcs of blue lightning as they drank deep from the ship's reactors. Tech marines in red and grey strode between the awakening platforms, their servo harnesses whirring, mechadendrites tasting the air. They chanted in Binharic and High Gothic both, voices a harmonic counterpoint to the rising whine of the teleport engines, offering binary litanies to the machine spirits they were about to hurl through the immaterium in the space of a heartbeat. "Coordinates locked," intoned one through his Vox grill, his organic mouth long ago hidden behind brass and steel. "Transit paths calculated, warp interference at acceptable risk margins." Around the plinths, Khârns assembled in silent ranks. Entire companies of grey-armoured Astartes moved without the shouted orders and bellowed cants common to other chapters. They stepped onto the teleport rings with the precision of a tide washing over rock, each warrior checking the seals of his power armor with flicks of gauntleted fingers, slamming fresh magazines into bolt weapons, clipping grenades to belts already heavy with trophies. In another vault, larger and more heavily warded, the Red Brethren prepared themselves. Veteran Terminators stood like statues as serfs and servitors moved around them in tight circles, fastening adamant clamps, checking the input of power into ancient tactical dreadnought plate. Their armor was darker than the standard grey of their chapter, plates marked with jagged tooth glyphs and the tally marks of countless kills. Some bore the sigils of campaigns fought. In the black, between the stars, where no planet had ever known a sun. One by one, their helmet seals clamped shut with a hiss of displaced air, red eye lenses lit, casting baleful light over the shrine like vault. storm bolters clacked as their double magazines seated. Chain fists rumbled, their teeth spinning briefly, tasting the air. Tyberos strode among them, and hunger and slake awoke. The twin claws extended along his forearms with a snarl of motors. The primary blades were long, curved talons, edged so fine they might as well have been absents, each capable of slicing through Terminator plate like skin. Within their inner arcs, chain teeth studded the gauntlets, designed not merely to cut, but to chew through whatever they caught. As Tyberos flexed his fingers, the claws roared to life, the chain teeth spinning in a hungry purr that set the air trembling. Machine sparks crackled along their edges, the shimmer of disruption fields flickering like heat haze. "Red Brethren," he said, Vox carrying his voice to every hulking form around him. "Prey has been sighted. Blood cultists of the blood god, world eaters." There was no murmur, no roar, no shouted oath. The Terminators simply inclined their helms a fraction, absorbing the data. "Target," he continued, "rear elements of their fleet. We cut the tail from their spear and let the head grind forward, blind. Boarding actions only. No warning, no parley." One of the Red Brethren, his armor marked with the glyphs of a company leader, spoke. "Priority prey?" he asked. Tyberos thought of the hololithic returns that had reached the Nicor, already via astropathic bleed, the glimpses of a lone red-armored figure tearing regiments apart, the distinctive battle pattern that had carved itself through Varkhannis' lines. "Ident designation," he said. "Khârn, also called the Betrayer, champion of Khârn, apex threat." He did not elaborate. The name was known even here, among warriors who had spent long decades beyond the formal light of the Imperium. The Red Brethren said nothing, but the faint shift of their stance spoke volumes. Predators react to the scent of another. Tyberos turned, his heavy boots ringing on the deck as he moved toward the central teleport pad. The runes around its edge were glowing now, power sigils pulsing in a slow, steady rhythm. "Engage," he said. Outside, the Nicor and the ships that swam in its wake tilted on their axes like raptors stooping. They did not slow as they slipped past baffled Varkhannian Auspex stations. They went from ghost signatures to hard targets in a span of heartbeats, translating into close orbit, not of the embattled fortress world, but of the rearward section of the World Eater's own ragged armada. Imperial Vox channels exploded in protest. "Unidentified fleet, this is Varkhannis Defense Command," a harried voice snapped, laced with panic and authority in equal measure. "You are entering designated fire zones. Identify and declare intent, or you will be fired upon." No answer came. The Khârn ships surged between Cornete cruisers, like knives sliding between ribs. Void shields flared around the grey hulls as scattered, surprised fire from the traitor guns splashed against them, too little and too late. The Nicor's own macro cannon remained cold. Its lances stayed dark. It did not waste time trading long-range blows. In the teleportariums, the runes hit peak illumination. The air on the plinths grew thick, tasting of ozone and old blood. The tech marines raised their hands, mechadendrites snapping up to make complex sigils in the air, and their voices joined in a final rising chord. "Transit," Tyberos commanded. The universe blinked. Where there had been solid bodies, there was a blur, a tearing, the sense of something being unmade and remade in the space of a breath. Light bent, matter stuttered, and then the platforms were empty. Aboard the nearest Cornete cruiser, the world ripped open. Silent lightning blossomed in corridors and muster halls already slick with spilled blood and oil, the air compressing with the taste of iron and brine. For an instant, shadow forms hung in the flash, outlines torn out in stark monochrome. Then the Khârn were there. Grey armored forms materialized in tight formations, shoulder to shoulder, weapons already raised. The aftershocks of their arrival sent lesser men to their knees, blood trickling from ears and eyes. World-Eater mortals, cult crew in spiked armor and flayed skin, gaped for a fraction of a heartbeat. Some managed to raise their weapons. None managed to fire before the first bolt struck. The storm came without sound, then all sound at once. Bolt shells detonated at close range, turning torsos into vapor and shredded meat. Chainswords hummed as they bit into skulls and spines. Khârn drove forward with the inevitability of tide, cutting traitor crew down without words, without sermons, without taunt. There was no hatred in their movements, only a brutally efficient purpose. They were not here to rage, they were here to cull. On a demon-haunted slaughter barge, the effect was, if anything, more stark. The vessel's interior was a charnel maze of flayed flesh fused to metal, of altars built from the bones of slaves and failed aspirants. Blood ran in shallow rivers along its decks, guided into channels that fed great brass cisterns thrumming with warped taint. Servitors hung from hooks above, their limbs replaced with saws and injectors, their mouths stitched into permanent rictus grins as they raked blades over hull plates and carved skull motifs into every surface. The teleport flare took shape in one of its primary arterial corridors, haloing the twisted bulkheads in cold light. The demons bound into the walls shrieked as reality twisted, their howls echoing along the passage. Their voices cut off in a wet choke as Khârn materialized and immediately began to work. Tyberos was at their head. He arrived like the spear point of a breach, Terminator armor absorbing the translation shock as if it were a shrug. The air around him tasted of the Nikor's heart, cold and deep. Hunger and Slake were already outstretched, their blades casting tiny blue flares as their power fields bit the corrupted air. A hulking half-metal servitor lurched toward him from an alcove, multiple saw limbs spinning. Tyberos stepped into it, ignoring the shrieking saws as they scraped uselessly over his plate. His right claw punched forward, talons punching through metal, through ribcage, into the engine block that had once been a man's heart. The chain teeth ran, chewing, and the servitor came apart in chunks, its upper body torn free and hurled aside, hydraulic fluid and black blood spraying. Blood cultists howled and came at him in a wave, chain axes and cleavers raised. The corridor rang with their cries. Tyberos answered with silence. He moved along the passage like a dark current, his massive form belying a lethal, economical speed. Hunger swept out, its long blades taking 3 men at the waist in one motion. Slake followed in a backhand slash, its teeth catching in a berserker's sternum and ripping his ribcage open like a wet cage, organs spilling, spines snapping. Behind him, the Red Brethren advanced in lockstep. Storm bolters roared, their paired barrels vomiting mass reactive shells that punched fist-sized holes through demonic iconography and living flesh alike. A chain fist bit into a warped bulkhead, its whirring teeth screaming as it chewed through metal grown like bone. The wall collapsed inward, revealing another corridor beyond full of howling World-Eater crew. The Terminator wielding the chain fist stepped through the breach and met them head-on, his weapon still running as it tore through armor and bodies. Tyberos felt the shape of the ship around him through experience and instinct. Slaughter. Barges were all different, corrupted beyond standard pattern, but there were patterns within madness. He cut down another cultist, the man's skull exploding between his claws, and nodded once toward a side passage. "Engine decks," he voxed. "Secondary teams with me. Others spread. Kill until there is nothing left to scream." The acknowledgements came as brief grunts, clicks of confirmation. Khârn did not waste breath on battle cries. As they drove deeper, demons began to push through the ship's wounded skin, summoned by the sheer amount of blood being spilled. Bloodletters coalesced from the sprays of gore, their frames tall and corded, blades curling like fangs. They roared Khârn's name and charged. Tyberos met them with the same impassive ferocity he had shown the mortals. Hunger slid under the guard of the first demon, its long blades plunging up under its ribcage, black ichor hissing as it poured out. Slake came down, chain teeth snarling as they chewed through brass-edged bone. The bloodletter's head came off in a shower of smoke and sparks. Another swung its hellblade in a great arc that would have gutted a battle tank. Tyberos took the blow on his pauldron, armor shrieking, then stepped in, ramming his shoulder into the demon's chest and driving it back into the wall with enough force to crack the warped metal. His claws crossed once, twice, and the creature fell in chunks. He did not roar. He did not laugh. Every movement was a statement. You exist. Now you do not. Vox snippets from Varkhannis' command net bled into the Nikor's strategium as the Khârn captains updated battle maps. Blurry pict feeds showed grey giants carving through the rear of the World Eater's fleet, even as Khârn's spearhead continued to ram itself into the fortress world's flayed skin. In the strategium itself, beneath a dome of ancient plasteel, scarred by old battles, Tyberos stood before a hololithic display and watched the pattern of slaughter unfold. Varkhannis was a wounded animal now, bleeding from a dozen gaping wounds. The World Eater's advance carved through its outer defenses in jagged, brutal strokes, a spearhead that did not care for flanks, did not care for supply lines, that simply drove toward the densest concentrations of killing. The hololith rendered that advance in stark red, a smear of destruction that cut across the continents. Tyberos watched without outward reaction. His helm lenses tracked the path of the spear, the angles of its feints and brutal lunges. There was madness in it, yes, the wild exuberance of a champion drunk on his god's favor. There was also a terrible, instinctive understanding of war. This was not random insanity. It was the perfected ferocity of a weapon honed for nothing but murder. Pattern confirmed, murmured a data savant beside him, the mortal's voice barely audible over the thrum of cogitators. Primary vector aligns with the presence of the Khârn champion. All reports corroborate. Where he goes, the slaughter intensifies by orders of magnitude. Tyberos made a soft sound that might have been acknowledgement. A true predator appreciated another, not with respect. Respect implied kinship. This was recognition of something that might, in turn, recognize him. He lifted one clawed gauntlet and gestured, tracing an invisible line from the red spearhead on the planet's surface up to the glowing icons that represented the slaughter barges and murder cruisers, still pouring reinforcements down. "Cut the flow," he said. "Spine first. Let the head thrash on its own." The Nikor's officers bowed and set about their work. More teleport sequences cycled up. More grey-armored forms vanished into dislocated air, to reappear aboard screaming, demon-ridden hulls. Back in the command spire of Varkhannis, Lord Militant Voran stared at the growing cluster of unidentified grey icons, nestling like sharks among the enemy fleet. "Who are they?" an officer demanded, voice cracking. "What in the throne's name are they doing?" The Master of Fleet shook his head slowly, eyes unblinking, as he watched fresh data scroll in. "Boarding actions," he said. "They are cutting into the traitor ships. They have not fired on us. Yet." The word hung in the air like a blade. The confessor at the rear of the chamber made the sign of the Aquila, his lips moving in a hurried prayer. "Angels of death," he breathed. "They have come. The Emperor has not forgotten us." Voran was less certain. He watched the kill tally rising beside the Grey Fleet's chronicle, read the few terse ident strings that had begun to attach themselves to the new arrivals. Khârn's Astra, void predators, orphaned from any fixed theatre, bound to no lord save maybe the Emperor and their own grim code. They were both saviors and scythes. Worlds they came to were defended. Worlds they left were lightened. "Tell every ship in the defense fleet," Voran said quietly, eyes never leaving the vortices of red and grey on the hololith. "We have more angels than we prayed for, and another set of teeth at our throat." On the decks of the Nikor, and within the ruptured guts of Khârn ships, The culling continued. Grey armor moved through red-stained corridors, methodical and relentless, the clash of stormbolter fire and chain-blade teeth echoing against the bellows of crazed berserkers and the shrieks of dying demons. Far below, upon the burning skin of Varkhannis, Khârn the Betrayer carved his legend deeper into the world's flesh. Above and behind him, Tyberos the Red Wake waded through the blood of his followers and their mortal thralls alike. The war for Varkhannis had drawn in a second apex predator. The void now held two monsters circling the same kill. The question was no longer whether the planet would live or die. It was when the paths of those monsters would cross and what would be left when they did. The war for Varkhannis did not end in a day. It widened and deepened until the whole central continent became a single wound that would not close. From high above, from the failing eyes of kill satellites and the bruised lenses of storm-battered augurs, the land below no longer resembled continents and oceans. It was a shifting tapestry of muzzle flash and firestorms, a crawling, flickering stain where front lines had ceased to be lines at all and were instead a thick band of overlapping barrages and moving armor. The numbers involved could not be comprehended by any sane mind. Billions of men in drab green and grey, ranked and re-ranked into regiment upon regiment, armor parks vomiting forth endless columns of tanks and self-propelled guns, aircraft roaring overhead in waves, all of it grinding against the red tide of world-eater warbands and the teeming, howling hordes of mortal cultists that followed in their wake like maggots behind a butcher's knife. On the ground, it was not numbers that mattered, but immediacy. In the basilisk lines that had been carved into the bedrock of Varkhannis, long before most of their crews were born, the guns spoke without pause. Basilisk siege guns, their long barrels wrapped in heat-shroud mesh and purity seals, stood in teeth-tight ranks along the rear of the continent spanning trench belts. Their crews were ghosts of men, faces turned the color of old wax by constant exposure to propellant fumes and the pale glare of muzzle flash. For days, their routine did not change. A shell was winched up from the ammunition bunkers, sacred promethium engines whining under the strain. Each one was as long as a man and far heavier, the sharp noses stamped with the aquila and smeared with oils by the shaking hands of attached priests. The shell was rammed into the open breech. The gun captain barked an abbreviated fragment of the litany of ignition, and the charge was set and sealed. Then, the order was given, the firing lever pulled, and the basilisk spoke. The recoil drove the carriage back with a scream of tortured metal. Fire erupted from the muzzle, a plume of incandescent gas, and the shell departed in a streak of vengeance flame. Before the echoes had faded, the crew was already hauling open the breech, the spent casing clanging to the ground in a blast of evil-smelling smoke. Another round on the way. Day and night became meaningless. The guns fired until their barrels glowed dull orange, and the air around them shimmered with heat. Engine seers crawled over the artillery after each barrage cycle, murmuring Binharic comforts, forcing machine spirits to hold together under abuse that would have broken lesser weapons. When a barrel finally split with a shriek, killing its crew in a geyser of shrapnel and propellant fire, the gun was dragged aside and a fresh piece rolled into place. The line must not fall silent. Their shells fell in an unending rain upon what had once been land and was now only no man's land. Each impact punched a crater into the surface, turning soil and rockcrete into a spray of shards that shredded anything exposed. Men caught near ground zero did not die in recognizable ways. They were turned into mist and fragments, into steaming scoops of liquefied flesh that splashed against trench walls and down into shell-gouged hollows already choked with corpses. Armor, too, was smashed, tracks torn apart, hulls bent and burst open, crewmen inside pulped against their stations. The barrage churned the ground into a hellscape of overlapping craters, filled with mud and blood and fragments of the dead. The mixture had a smell that could not be forgotten, a heavy, cloying stench of copper and rotting meat, undercut with the chemical tang of propellant. Even the air above the impact zone seemed thicker, burdened with vaporized life. And still the Khârn berserkers came through it. They emerged from the wall of shrapnel and flame, as if, born from it, red-armored giants splashed with muck and blood, chain axes howling. Shells that would have obliterated a squad in an instant tore limbs and armor chunks from them, but they did not break stride. A World Eater missing an arm simply shifted his grip and carried on, chainblade in his remaining hand chewing through the air. Those that fell were trampled by their own, boots punching their broken bodies deeper into the sucking mire. Behind the Astartes surged their mortal cult hordes, men and near men in spiked armor and crude brass masks, waving cleavers and stolen lasguns. They died in uncountable numbers. Each step forward cost them rivers of blood. But Khârn did not care from whom the blood came, and neither did the World Eaters. Where the basilisks could not halt the advance, more godlike weapons were brought to bear. A maniple of titans from Legio Invictus strode into the campaign like walking cathedrals of war. From the vantage of a trenchline watcher, they were impossible, myth, given form. A Warhound scout engine loped ahead, its lupine silhouette framed in firelight, armor plates painted in black and gold, princeps and moderati cocooned within a steel skull full of sacred mind-link thrones. Behind it came the larger shapes, a reaver shouldering aside the smoke, its banner poles streaming tattered heraldry, and behind even that, casting a shadow like the fall of night, a warlord-class god engine whose very steps cracked the ground beneath. At the head of the maniple, that warlord advanced with the implacable steadiness of a breaking glacier. Every stride was a rite. Moderati chanted in their coffins. Tech adepts whispered to the core. The princeps, bound to his throne by a forest of neuronic spikes, saw not the cabin of his command sanctum, but the battlefield spread below through a web of augurs and spirit feeds. When he looked down, he saw not red armor or green fatigues, but threat runes and obdurate icons. Traitor armor columns arrowed in from the horizon. Enemy tanks painted in stolen or corrupted imperial schemes, their hulls swarming with spiked sigils. The warlord did not slow. Its volcano cannons mounted in their dorsal housings slewed and locked with the sound of grinding adamant. The princeps murmured a fragment of the Omnissiah's praise, and the guns answered. Each blast was a sun tear. Lances of superheated energy tore across kilometers, slamming into the leading edge of the traitor armor. Tanks vanished, simply unmade, their hulls turned to boiling metal vapor. Those near the impact points were flipped like toys, crews bursting from vision ports and hatches as they were cooked alive. The Reaver added its own song, carapace missiles streaking out to annihilate concentrations of infantry, sending cultists flying in ragged, burning arcs. For a time, the Legio strode as executioners, each step a judgment. Then the ants came, World Eater squads, having used the screen of their own ruined armor and the cover of Khârn sorcery to survive the initial barrage, swarmed toward the Titans' feet. Their armor was scorched, some helms cloven, blood leaking from rents in ceramite, but they came on with single-minded purpose. Chain axes and chain fists bit into the god engine's leg armor, tearing away great slabs of plating to expose hydraulic bundles and internal cabling that spurted machine oils like fresh ichor. Autocannon and battle cannons boomed from ground-based Imperial support, trying to blast the Astartes from the Titans' shins. Many red shapes were torn apart, bodies crushed under the warlord's titanic stride. It was not enough. A Warhound's ankle actuator went dead under the onslaught, its forward leg buckling. The scout engine pitched, trying to correct, and toppled in slow, terrible majesty, its plasma blast gun discharging as it fell, carving a trench of glassed earth through friend and foe alike before the god machine slammed into the ground, its Death scream over the maniple's vox picked up by thousands of guard sets, a roaring, static-laced howl that made men clap hands to their ears. On the warlord's shoulder, Khârn the Betrayer arrived, a Valkyrie dropship, its fuselage riddled with autocannon hits, came screaming in low over the battlefield, trailing fire. Inside, its pilot fought the dying craft down, teeth bared, lumen panels flaring warning runes. The gunner had already been decapitated by a stray round. His body juddered in its harness like a puppet, headless neck spraying on every lurch. Khârn was in the troop compartment, too large for the restraints, hunched beneath the ceiling. The Vox was a haze of screaming, overlapping orders and prayers. None of it mattered. Through the forward view slit, as the Valkyrie bucked, he saw the Titan. It was a walking mountain in black and gold, void shields shimmering, volcano cannons still vomiting light. It towered over the wreckage of the Warhound, striding through the smoke. Khârn laughed, a raw, delighted sound. "Closer," he snarled, though the pilot could not hear him. The Valkyrie's engines coughed, one giving out entirely. The heavy craft rolled, dropped a wing, and began to spin. In that moment of failing lift, as gravity reached up greedy hands, Khârn moved. He ripped the hatch off its hinges with a wrench of augmented muscle, warp-tainted strength tearing the locking mechanism out in a shower of sparks. Wind and smoke roared into the compartment. Guardsmen inside, strapped to their seats, screamed as they saw the ground churn below. Khârn stepped into the open moor and leapt. The Valkyrie pinwheeled away, out of his perception, crashing somewhere behind in a blossom of fire. For the Betrayer, there was only the rush of air past his armor and the Titan's carapace rising to meet him. He struck like a falling meteor. Ceramite hit adamantine. The impact rang up through the god engine's frame like a bell of war. On the buoy, Titan's carapace, void shield projectors flickered with the sudden, unexpected weight. Servitor turrets slewed, mindless barrel clusters seeking a target at point-blank range. Khârn was already moving. He sprinted along the curve of the hull, keeping his center of balance low, boots hunting for purchase on slick metal. Troops' shelters and maintenance hatches blurred past under the red wash of warning lumens. Auto-defense guns spat heavy-caliber bullets at him, volumes of fire that would have shredded armored columns. They flattened against his plate, ricochets clangoring across the carapace. A round glanced off his helm, cracking a brass trim line. Khârn barely felt it. All that filled his mind was the challenge before him, the obscene joy of this new scale of slaughter. He found an access point, a raised blister where armor met maintenance gantry and brought Gorechild down. The Chainaxe's demon engine howled as its teeth bit through layered armor plate. Sparks cascaded. Shards of metal flew. He ripped a ragged hole in the Titan's upper skin just large enough and plunged through into the superstructure, a crimson wedge forcing his way into the god. The interior of the machine was a labyrinth of conduits and armored corridors, sanctified machinery thrumming with the hymn of motive power. Tech adepts turned toward the breach, robes flaring. Their sensor bearers swung their icons, their mechadendrites crackling with defensive charges. They died in seconds, bodies opened from collar to hip, limbs chopped off at elbows and knees, blood scattering across cog-engraved walls. Khârn carved his way through the Titan's organs, following the instinctive sense of where the heart lay. Resistance came in pockets. Engine seer attendants shouted litanies and fired pistols that pinged harmlessly from his ceramite. Security details of Skitarii tried to form firing lines in narrow passageways and were turned into piles of shredded augmetic and shattered bone. He arrived in the heart sanctum like the point of a blade. The princeps lay cocooned in his cradle, body long since withered to little more than bone and sinew, beneath a forest of cables and plug spines. Moderati and Sensorium adepts floated in their own partial suspensions nearby. the whole crew network tied directly into the God Engine's open nerves. They saw him through spirit feeds and Auspex ghosts, the intrusion as a corrupted node within their own minds. For the Princeps, the intruder was not a red-armored Astartes, but a toxic insurgence in the warlord's inner vision, a blazing error that should not be. Unknown presence in sanctum, intoned one moderatus, voice slurred. Security breach, purge protocols now. Khârn did not answer. He walked toward the throne. Bolter servitors swung on their mounts, tracks grinding. Their guns opened fire at close range, heavy shells slamming into his chest and limbs. The impact rocked him, chips of ceramite flying. He slowed, then surged, Gorechild barking. The chain axe took one servitor's head off in a spray of brain matter and machine oil. A backswing snapped another's gun arm and crushed its torso into twisted metal. He reached the cradle. For a heartbeat, the Princeps looked out through a dozen sensor eyes, and Khârn looked back through his helm lenses. One saw a man intruding in his god. The other saw a skull bound and offered in iron. Khârn drove Gorechild down. The chain axe bit through the canopy of feed lines and steel. It cut cables thick as a man's arm, their casings bursting to spew coolant and viscous amniotic fluid. It sheared into the Princeps' upper body, carving skull, spinal column, and chest apart in one savage downward stroke. Neural plugs tore free from grey matter with wet pops. The Princeps' scream went not only through his own throat, but through the entire Titan, a wild, strangled howl that echoed from every speaker and resonance box. The warlord staggered. Out on the battlefield, its stride faltered, its guns ceased firing, its void shields flickered and went down. The towering machine took one more step, then another, then crumpled, its weight too much for its suddenly uncontrolled limbs. It fell like a toppled statue, crushing Varkhanian and World Eater alike under its bulk. Khârn stood in the wrecked heart, drenched in neural fluid and blood, breath hissing in his helm. He laughed again, deep and feral. Above that dying colossus, and above all the lesser struggles scarring the continent, a different kind of storm fell. Carcharodons dropped from the high void, not in screaming squads of fire-trailing pods, but in silent knots of teleport flare. Where they appeared, the war changed texture. The first any given World Eater company knew of their presence was often the sudden appearance of grey armoured figures among them, reality flexing and hardening into mass that moved with brutal certainty. One moment, a Khârn champion would be, roaring an exhortation to his frothing warriors, chain axe held high as they prepared to charge an overmatched guard line. The next, a Carcharodon would be standing beside him, close enough to touch, twin blades already in motion. Bolt fire at that range was obscene. Heads vanished in bursts of bone and vapor. Hearts exploded inside chests. Grey gauntlets closed around red helms and crushed, the ceramite cracking like an egg so that the contents could be spilled on the ground. No speeches were made, no challenges issued. The Carcharodons arrived, identified the greatest concentrations of enemy force, and erased them with the effortless efficiency of predators culling over spawn. Imperial units caught within their chosen kill zones did not always survive contact. On one trench line, a Varkhanian regiment broke. They had held as long as flesh could hold, lasguns overheating, bayonets snapping, heavy weapon teams firing until their barrels warped. When a fresh wave of World Eaters crashed into the forward dugouts, led by a champion whose armor dripped and whose chain-blade teeth were already clogged, the line fractured. Men turned and ran, boots slipping in mixed blood and mud, eyes white, breath tearing in their chests. They did not get far. A grey giant stepped into the communication trench ahead of the retreat, his armor marked with the shark glyphs of his chapter. He was larger even than the red-armored monsters behind, his silhouette subtly wrong to the eyes of imperial men used to the older legends of the Astartes. His helm grill resembled the jaws of a deep-sea predator, fanged and implacable. The chain blade in his hand was a heavy, serrated thing meant for cracking open bulkheads. The fleeing guardsmen skidded to a halt, some colliding with one another, piling up in panicked confusion. A male commissar, greatcoat flapping, shoved through their ranks, bolt pistol raised. "Back to the line!" he roared, spittle flying, face contorted. "You will stand and die where ordered, or I will—" He never finished the sentence. The Khârn stepped forward, closed the distance in a single stride, and caught the commissar across the chest with one claw snap motion. The blade bit through carapace plate and ribcage as if through paper, chain teeth roaring as they chewed. The top half of the man's torso separated from the bottom in a welter of gore, organs spilling. His legs stood for a heartbeat, twitching before collapsing. The grey warrior let the pieces fall, flicked his blade once to clear it, and looked down at the frozen guardsman. His helm tilted as if in cold assessment. "Back!" came a different voice from the rear, deeper, carrying on the voxnet as much as the living air. Tyberos himself did not spare the scene more than a fraction of attention as he moved along a nearby fire step, hunger and slake, slick and busy. "These are spent. Withdraw our line to the next killing ground. New bait will be fed forward." The Khârn obeyed with the simplicity of a blade being sheathed and redrawn. He turned away, shoving a still staring guardsman aside as he moved back toward the front, where world eaters still howled. Rumor moved faster than man. Within a day, among the Varkhannian guard, a new saying had spread, muttered in low Gothic over rationed tins and whispered in dugouts between bombardments. "Red kills you if you stand," it went. "Grey kills you if you run." The men laughed when they said it, because the only other choice was to weep. The laughter had an edge to it, thin and sharp. They told stories of a regiment that had been judged wanting and culled, their position taken over by silent grey giants who stepped over the cooling bodies without comment. They spoke of a Khârn who had bayoneted a wounded man through the throat when he had begged to be left on a stretcher rather than return to the line. They scrawled crude shark jaws next to Khârnati symbols in their trench walls, equal measures fear and bitter humor. Above them, the sky forgot how to be anything but red. Promethium smoke from burning armor and storage depots rose in columns that never dissipated, fusing into a permanent blanket over the battlefield. Atmospheric burn from constant orbital strikes turned that blanket into a molten smear, glowing at the edges like banked coals. Blood vapor from the slaughter itself hung in the air, an invisible miasma that stained clouds and filled lungs with a taste of rust. Sunrise and sunset blurred. Each dawn was a smear of arterial light along the horizon, filtered through smoke that made it look as if the star itself bled. In that choking, crimson-stained atmosphere, vox traffic became a thing half heard through static and screaming. Yet some sounds cut through. On a forward command net, during a push into what had once been a manufacturing district and was now a forest of shattered habstacks and burning machinery, an open channel crackled suddenly with a voice none of the Varkhannians had ever heard, and many of their superiors had hoped never to. It was laughter. Raw, barking laughter, loud enough that the vox sets carrying it crackled and sang with overload. It was followed by the sound of flesh being torn, of chain teeth biting, of someone roaring a litany of the blood god, not as prayer, but as praise to his own work. "More," that voice bellowed, the words cutting clean through overlapping orders and cries. "Is this all? Is there no one here who can stand?" A junior Vox operator in a trench dropped his headset as if it had burned him. A senior officer snatched it up, barked orders to cut the feed. Somewhere, an adept marked the signature and flagged it. On the Nicor, in the shadowed strategium, the Khârn listened. Kill teams in the field began to collate data from their own helmet recorders and local intercepts. A pattern emerged. Where that voice sounded, the slaughter spiked. Where the tone was exultant, the casualty projections climbed beyond expectation. Tyberos stood before the hololith, watching not just the movements of forces, but the overlays of bloodshed intensity. Each time Khârn laughed, the map flared a little brighter in that sector. Each taunt was a beacon. "Source fixed?" he asked. Helm turned fractionally toward a data savant. "Triangulation incomplete," the mortal answered, fingers twitching over rune keys. "But we narrow with each burst. He moves quickly, but he moves toward what he can smell." Tyberos looked down at the glowing world. Red zones pulsed where the berserker carved his path. Grey veins laced out ahead of and around those zones, Carcharodon deployments tightening like a noose. In his mind, the battlefield ceased to be trenches and hives, men and tanks, and became currents and predator trails, intersecting. He could not hear Khârn's words as anything but data, but even data could contain a promise. On the surface, Khârn himself did not need Auspex maps. He moved through the war by instinct as much as sight, drawn not to high-value targets or strategic objectives, but to the densest concentrations of life to be ended. He could feel the weight of Khârn's favor like heat on his back, a pressure urging him toward greater and greater acts of slaughter. When one battlefield began to cool, bodies too homogeneous and still, he left it behind without regret and moved toward the next roar of guns, the next plume of smoke on the horizon. More and more, when he arrived at a place where the blood promised was richest, he found that something had already been there. He saw World-Eater warbands reduced to piles of armor fragments and meat, cut not by sloppy frenzy, but by precise, repeated killing blows. He saw Imperial defensive lines overrun not by red, but by grey, their dead fallen with their faces turned not toward Khârn's spawn, but toward the silent predators who had decided they were no longer useful. He found chains of bodies with their throats neatly opened, their skulls untouched, their weapons still close. He smelled the trace of the sharks on the wind, the metallic tang of their work different from the reek of his own. Tyberos felt the same pull, but he gave it a different name. For him, it was vector logic, threat assessment, the inexorable attraction of 2 points of maximum lethality in the same finite space. The patterns on his hololith were not merely pleasing to his hunter's mind, they were inevitable. 2 apex predators in a shrinking sea of prey would have to meet. That meeting point would be where the slaughter was greatest.
Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Support really helps.
On Varkhannis, the oceans of men continued to crash against one another, rivers of blood carving new courses through the tortured earth. Above the roar of artillery, the screaming of saws and the chanting of sorcerers, 2 figures moved along intersecting paths. One left behind a trail of hacked-apart god machines and laughing vox, echoes. The other left silence and neat piles of the dead. It was no longer a question of whether they would find one another, only when and how much of Varkhannis would still be left to burn when they did. The Khârn basin had always burned. Even before the World Eaters came, the air above it wore a permanent haze, a heat shimmer born of endless flares and venting stacks. It was a vast refinery complex dug into the bones of Varkhannis' central landmass, a sprawl of Promethean rivers and storage lakes, pipe forests and cracking towers stretching from horizon to horizon. Here, crude fuels from the world's depths and off-world shipments were refined into the lifeblood of the Imperium's war machine. Tanker trains rolled through its arteries. Pipeways as wide as city streets carried pressurized streams of promethium beneath and above the ground. Now the basin burned in truth. The promethium rivers ran like fire. Open flow trenches and containment channels had become blazing, bands that cast greasy orange light on the underside of the smoke-sheeted sky. Storage domes, each the size of a small hab quarter, loomed like half-buried moons among the pipe forests, their flanks streaked with soot and blasted metal. The Khârn basin anchored a key flank of the Varkhannian defense line. Lose it, and half the continent's armor parks would starve for fuel. Its loss would also mean the birth of a firestorm that would scour hundreds of leagues in every direction. It was therefore inevitable that Khârn went there. He could feel the promise of it long before he saw its flaring stacks on the horizon, the scent of promethium on the wind, the churn of engines, the heavy presence of armor, the thick, dull throb of countless beating hearts clustered in close proximity, many of them still ignorant of their fate. All of it drew him like the tug of a chain around his throat, like the hand of Khârn pressing against the back of his helm. He led the spearhead himself. The advance into the basin was a rolling thunder of red armor and brass-clad monsters. World-eater berserkers ran ahead of demon engines, their boots pounding on cracked rockcrete and rusting pipe housings. Their war cries echoed between storage towers and along the flanks of freight rails. Behind them lumbered machines twisted by warp touch and forge pollution, brass scorpions scuttling on too many legs, mauler fiends dragging chains, engines that had once been noble imperial constructs, now bearing snarling icons of the blood god. Varkhannian defense lines that had been carefully plotted around the refinery complex erupted in fire as the spearhead breached their outer markers. Lascanon squads perched on gantries burned holes through demon engine hides, turning brass plating and warp flesh into boiling ruin. Hydra emplacements scythed the air, punching down aircraft that screamed low along the rivers. Tanks dug into hull-down positions between fuel towers, spat armor-piercing shells into the oncoming tide. The World Eaters punched through. Basilisk barrages rolled across the outer approaches, their shells striking the tangle of railheads and processing nodes with a regular, punishing rhythm. Towers collapsed, pipes burst, and whole sections of the basin vanished under billowing waves of flame as ruptured fuel ignited. Trenches and strong points that had been cut into the refinery's outer walls were consumed by the spreading fires. Defenders roasted where they stood, their screams drowned beneath the roar of escaping promethium. Through that labyrinth of burning steel and screaming men, the berserkers went like knives through a rag soaked in oil. Khârn ran at their head, Gorechild a constant chattering arc in his hands. He crashed through serried lines of pipes, cutting a path through metal that had carried fuel for centuries. Jets of promethium sprayed from the sundered arteries, catching fire in mid-air and dropping as sheets of blazing liquid. Men, in flak and carapace armor, caught by the sudden floods, flailed and fell, their outlines briefly visible inside pillars of fire, before they collapsed into the ash and twisted metal. Storage domes became killing grounds. World Eaters forced breach charges against their armored doors, stormed into the echoing spaces within, and turned the orderly rows of control stations and maintenance platforms into a kaleidoscope of muzzle flash and slaughter. Those domes that were not breached were battered until their shells opened, vomiting streams of burning fuel down their flanks to join the roaring rivers. By the time Khârn reached the heart of the basin, his warband had carved the pipe forests and storage fields into a fever dream, a labyrinth where walls of flame and boiling fuel enclosed pockets of desperate resistance. It was there that Tyberos chose to fall upon him. Aboard the Nikor, amid the ghost blue light of the Strategium, the hollow projection of Khârn pulsed with enemy movement. Auspex runes and Vox sigils traced the spread of Khârn's berserker spearhead, marking the points where casualty ratios spiked, flagging them in cold green and red script. The basin's outer rings blazed bright with destroyed infrastructure and mass detonation. One region near its center remained darker, a tight knot of icons representing intact storage towers and unspent promethium lakes, defended by overlapping lines of Imperial armor and entrenched infantry. That section now flickered as new rage signatures poured toward it. "Vector confirmed," a mortal augur master reported, voice strained. The betrayer is driving directly for the central reservoirs. If those tanks are breached, we project cascading ignition across the entire basin and beyond. Tyberos watched the pattern as a hunter watches the path of a wounded beast. Assessment, he said. High probability of terminal conflagration, the augur master replied. Loss of basin, loss of flank, loss of most things. Concentration of traitor elite? Tyberos asked. Maximal, came the answer. All Vox confirmed warband leaders in that region. Multiple demon engine signatures. Khârn activity at peak. Blood indices off scale. Tyberos marked the dark knot at the basin's heart. In a universe of constant death, some killings mattered more than others. This was a place where many important things would die. Red Brethren, he voxed. Target lock. Prepare interdiction. Far below decks, the veteran Terminators gathered again upon the teleport platforms. They were fewer now than when the Nikkor had first translated in system. Some suits of Terminator plate stood empty in the armory shrines, their previous wearers rendered down to gene sample and armor scrap after boarding actions against the Khârn fleet. Those who remained bore fresh scars, streaks of charred ceramite and holes sealed with hasty patches. Blood, red and darker, stained. Some plates in patterns that even the serfs had not had time to scrub away. They stepped into position without comment, storm bolters clutched ready, chain fists and power fists humming. The rune rings beneath their boots lit one by one, arcs of caged energy snapping across etched sigils. Tyberos joined them, towering a head above even the tallest of his brethren, the bulk of his Terminator armor a mass of dull grey and shadowed plates. Destination, a tech marine intoned, mechadendrites raised. Central basin reservoirs. Telemetry indicates high promethium saturation. Atmospheric integrity unstable. Expect ignition events. Acceptable, Tyberos replied. The teleport engines stole them from the world. In the Khârn basin, amid the thunder of rupturing pipes and the constant howl of burning fuel, reality tore open around the central reservoir complex. The reservoirs rose like metal cliffs from the basin floor, their curved flanks smoked and hammered but intact, their tops a forest of vents and maintenance platforms. Around them, Imperial tanks and artillery pieces squatted in dug-in revetments, their hulls scored by earlier exchanges. Men scurried between cover positions, faces streaked with soot, voices hoarse from shouting over the noise. Between those lines and the advancing World Eaters, the Prometheum rivers ran bright, throwing up curtains of heat that made everything waver. The teleport flares blossomed in the narrow bands of space, still free of direct fire. Silent light erupted, harsh and white against the orange glow of the fires. Air was pushed aside in gusts that sent ash clouds swirling. For a heartbeat, the outlines of hulking shapes hung in the glare, limbs indistinct. Then the Red Brethren were there. Terminators materialized in disciplined clusters, boots pounding into battered metal and scorched rock. Their arrival snapped lesser men's heads around, some flinching, some startled into a momentary pause in their firing. Storm bolters raised as one, their muzzles already tracking. Across the gap, the World Eaters were coming. Khârn's spearhead had smashed through the last major barricades, leaving the charred hulks of Imperial tanks and torn apart bunkers in their wake. Berserkers poured along gantries and through maintenance corridors, leaping gaps, using fallen pipe spans as bridges. Demon engines forced their way through two narrow spaces, bulkheads screaming as they scraped past, brass claws reaching. The first salvo from the Red Brethren hit them at close to point-blank range. Storm bolter shells crossed the intervening spaces in streams, each detonating where it struck a body or surface. Red armor ruptured under the hammering. Helmets shattered. Limbs vanished in bursts of impact smoke. World Eaters tumbled from gantries, falling into rivers of fire, their bodies vanishing beneath the surface with barely a splash. Those that survived the initial fusillade answered with their own. Weapons, bolters snarling, chain axes raised, howls of war rising. Tyberos pushed forward, not running, not hurrying, each stride placing him where the press was thickest. Hunger and Slake opened, blades stretching to full extension, the chain teeth within their arcs beginning a deep, hungry growl. The first Khârn champion to reach him swung a chain axe that had already killed more men than the warrior could remember. The blow came in low, arcing for the joint of Tyberos's thigh plate. The Shade Lord turned slightly, stepped into the swing rather than away. Hunger swept down, the long blades catching the axe and forcing it aside. Slake came up in the same motion, rising under the berserker's guard. The claw tore through breastplate and chest alike, then snapped open wider, lifting the stricken champion from his feet and hurling him aside like a broken thing. Behind Tyberos, the Red Brethren advanced by measured steps, every pace taken over corpses or shattered metal. Chain fists and power fists met chain axes, tearing them from hands or simply crushing the hands that held them. Where the berserkers leaned on frenzy and speed, the Terminators used mass, their armor turning glancing blows that would have crippled lighter plate. The fight was brutally close, grey and red intermingled, blows landing with a savage intimacy that left no room for misfire. Khârn felt the change in the fight before he saw it. There was a new pressure ahead, a resistance that did not crumple under his warrior's fury. Combat that had been a flowing slaughter thickened into a grinding struggle. Vox snippets screamed of grey giants that would not die, of chain blades breaking on armor, of shots that seemed to vanish into the mass of hulking forms. He pushed forward, contemptuous, driving his way through his own berserkers. Those too slow to give way found themselves shoved aside or simply barged out of his path, some tumbling from walkways into the burning rivers below. Gorechild's teeth chattered, hungry, sensing the nearness of new challenge. He burst out from a cluster of narrower service conduits onto one of the central platforms that ringed the primary reservoir. The scene before him was chaos, even by his standards. The platform was a broad band of metal that circled the base of the great tank, its surface slick with oil and water, its railing torn away in places to reveal the churning fire below. Grey Terminators and red-armored berserkers fought along its curve, clashing in knots where the press allowed, smashing each other against maintenance housings and pipe runs. Sparks flew as chain teeth and power fields bit into metal. Bodies lay crumpled beneath heavy boots, some crushed to unrecognizable lumps. At the platform's far arc, a figure in hulking Terminator plate moved with the slow certainty of a grinding millstone. Tyberos drove his way along the walkway, Hunger and Slake tracing lines of killing in the air. He cut down a world, Eater with a shearing slice that took helm and shoulders from torso, then stamped another beneath his boot when the berserker tried to crawl forward using the stumps of his arms. Two more charged him together, chain axes raised. The Shade Lord caught the first in the face with the back of one claw, sending him spinning away, helm stoved in, then caught the second's weapon in a flash of talons and wrenched it free, breaking its haft before tearing the man's chest open with a finishing rake. The air around him was a haze of smoke and propellant, sparks and burning fumes. In that haze, his helm lenses picked out a new icon, one burning brighter than the rest. Khârn came down the length of the platform like a thrown spear. He killed as he moved, because he did not know how to do otherwise. A Varkhannian tank crewman that had somehow survived the earlier assault, half blind and staggering, appeared in his path. Gorechild took him across the midsection in passing. A berserker leaning over the rail to roar abuse at the grey giants below was shoved aside, crashing into the rail and flipping over into the flames. Khârn barely registered them as more than minor obstacles. His attention was locked on the Terminator ahead. He knew what he was seeing from the first glance, the set of the shoulders, the weight of the steps, The twin claws that hung from each gauntlet, blades humming, the lack of wasted motion, no illustrative roar or flourish. A predator. Khârn's laughter burst out of him, loud even over the battle. "There you are," he shouted, Vox amplifying his voice down the length of the platform. "I smelled you in the other killings, silent in the blood, shark in the dark tide." Tyberos halted. The press around him ebbed for a moment, as both Red and Grey stepped back by instinct, sensing that something different was about to occur. The Shade Lord turned fully to face the oncoming champion. Khârn closed the last few strides at a run. Boots, hammering on the metal. Even before he reached striking distance, his chain axe came up, teeth screaming to full spin. "Come on then, silent shark," he snarled. "Let us see if you crack." Gorechild came down. Tyberos brought Hunger and Slake up to meet it, the twin claws crossing in front of his chest in a scissoring parry. Gorechild's demon-toothed head smashed into the electrified fields of the claws. The impact was like a small detonation. Sparks geysered outward, molten fragments of metal spitting in all directions. The force of the clash transmitted through both warriors, boots shuddering against the platform. The shockwave rolled out from them in a visible ripple. Men too close, mortal cultists and Varkhannian defenders alike, were struck as if by a physical wall. Bones snapped, eardrums burst, those already wounded collapsed entirely, blood spraying from mouths and noses. A gantry support nearby shrieked as the vibration ran through it, loose bolts and fragments, dropping from its joints. Khârn stepped in, shoving against the locked blades, red helm a hand's breadth from Tyberos' skull. Up close, the differences between them sharpened. Khârn's armor was a patchwork of fresh and old damage, edged in brass, his movements full of explosive violence. Tyberos' plate was dull, almost lightless, marked by countless small scars, his stance rooted. Behind his lenses, Khârn's eyes burned with glee. "Silent," he said, voice pitched so that only the Vox link between their helms carried it clearly. "But not hollow. Tell me, Shark, does your gene seed taste like the others, or is there something new for me beneath that shell?" He shoved harder, the chain axe's teeth grinding against the unyielding fields of the claws, throwing off more angry sparks. Tyberos' reply came as a low growl. "Identified prey," he said, "marked for culling." The words held no boast, no anger. They were simply a recorded fact, voiced aloud. He shifted his weight, stepping forward into the bind, twisting his forearms. The motion broke the lock between their weapons, knocking Gorechild's head aside. In the same moment, Slake snapped at Khârn's torso, blade seeking purchase. The berserker recoiled with inhuman reflexes, armor scraping as the claws scored lines across his breastplate rather than punching through. He retaliated with a vicious upward cut that would have taken another Astartes from hip to opposite shoulder. Tyberos leaned back just enough that the swing slid across his abdomen plate, gouging a shallow furrow. It still felt like the impact of an orbital strike reverberating through his frame. They circled, each step heavy, deliberate. Around them, the fight resumed in flickers, warriors clashing at the edges of the space instinctively left free for their champions. The smell there was all burning fuel, hot metal, sweat and ozone. Khârn attacked again, a combination of blows that would have reduced most foes to meat and shards of armor. Gorechild swung in savage arcs, from high, from low, feints that were still attempted killing strokes in their own right. Each time, Hunger or Slake met the weapon, turning it, catching its haft, forcing it wide. Tyberos' own counters were fewer but punishing, every opening met with a lunge of talons that sought joints and helm seams. More than once, the claws and the chain axe connected directly, grinding against each other. Each collision threw up a fresh shockwave. The metal beneath their feet buckled in places, decking plates bowing. A nearby fuel gauge column cracked, viscous promethium beginning to seep from hairline fractures to pool at their boots. Neither of them spared it more than a fraction of attention. The duel might have carried on until one or both fell, if not for the basin itself turning against them. The stress of the battles within its heart had been building. Promethean pipes had ruptured in a dozen places. Control systems had failed. Fire suppression rights had been overwhelmed, drenched in blood and corrupted commands. High above the platform where Khârn and Tyberos fought, one of the primary tower stacks that served the central reservoirs gave way. Its internal supports had been cut by stray shells and collapsing gantries. Flames had licked around its base until the metal glowed. The tower listed, slowly at first, then with gathering speed. Its mass was enormous, a column of reinforced plasteel and fuel conduits that had stood since the founding of Varkhannis' refinery grid. It began to fall. For an instant, the duel paused of its own accord. Both warriors felt the deep shudder rippling through the structure beneath them, the bass groan of stressed metal giving up. Tyberos' helm display flashed hazard runes. Khârn felt the sudden lurch underfoot and looked up, laughing as he saw the looming shadow. The tower struck another, smaller stack as it came down. The impact tore both open. Pressurized promethium, heated almost to the point of ignition already, erupted in great gouts. Sparks from collapsing metal and burning wreckage did the rest. The world went white and orange. A tidal wave of fire crashed across the reservoir complex, racing along pipe runs and spilling over platforms. The heat hit like a physical blow, even through ceramite. Railings and gantries sagged and collapsed, whining under the sudden assault. Men caught in the open simply vanished in the boiling light. Their outlines burned as brief shadows on the nearest hard surface. Khârn staggered back as a wall of flame roared up between him and Tyberos, hiding the Shade Lord from view in a cataract of incandescent fuel. Liquid fire sloshed across the platform, spreading in irregular curtains. His armor howled with thermal alarms. Vox channels dissolved into shrieks and bursts of static as cables burned. "Back!" a Red Brethren sergeant voxed, his voice cutting through, harsh. "Reservoir, breach. Recall." Teleport beacons, preset for emergency extraction, began to pulse. Runes lit on Terminator vambraces and gorgets. Tyberos felt the tug of the Nikor's engines, even through the wall of heat. Khârn, on the opposite side of the rising inferno, reeled as the decking under his boots warped. The platform tilted, loose fittings sliding toward the missing railing and the churning fire below. A berserker, caught by the shift, stumbled into him. Khârn smashed him aside with an armored shoulder, sending the warrior tumbling into the conflagration with a brief scream. "Lord!" one of his own warband called, voice raw. "The tanks are going! We must move!" Khârn snarled, wanting for a moment to dive through the fire and continue the duel, to see if the silent shark would resist the flames as he did. Even he understood that there were some forces that cared nothing for his god's favor. He stepped back, cursing the need for retreat of any kind. The Prometheum Tower's remains groaned as more of its mass tore free and plunged into the lake at the reservoir's base. A fresh shockwave rocked the entire complex, sending arcs of burning fuel high into the air. On one side of the growing inferno, grey giants vanished in flares of teleport light, snapped back into the void with their kill data and fresh scars. On the other, Khârn and his surviving warriors lurched along collapsing walkways, demon engines bellowing as they pulled back toward less suicidal terrain, leaving behind a basin heart becoming a volcano. For the first time since they had set foot on Varkhannis, Khârn left a battlefield with the sense that something had been taken from him, rather than offered. He stood on a jut of more stable ground, watching the Karak's heart burn, and tasted the memory of the impact of those twin claws against Gorechild. The feel of the other warrior's weight, the steadiness, the lack of fear. He laughed, but there was an edge to it, a note as sharp as his chain axe. "Silent shark," he said to himself, to the fire, to the blood-soaked wind. "You are better than the others. I will crack you open, given the chance." Far above, aboard the Nikor, Tyberos stood in the teleportarium, fresh scorch marks striping his armor, the taste of burning promethium still in his mouth filters. Tech adepts scuttled around him, venting excess energy from the teleport engines, whispering thanks to placated machine spirits. Hunger and Slake hung at his sides, their blades cooling, the last sparks dying along their edges. He replayed the moment of the clash in his helm's inner display, the data feed rendered in cold, dissected outline. Khârn's movements were drawn in stark lines and motion traces, the chain axe's path plotted in the language of angles and velocity. In that stripped-down view, the chaos of the confrontation became something else, a pattern, a rhythm. "Assessment?" came a quiet query from one of his captains over the command channel. Tyberos regarded the data for a long heartbeat. "Confirmed," he said at last. "Apex threat, not merely feral, not merely blessed. He understands killing." He paused, the memory of the laughter, of the pressure through crossed weapons, lingering. "Rare," he added. He turned away then, helm lenses darkening the view of the teleport chamber into the familiar neutral gloom of the Nikor's interior. The basin burned far below, a wound that would not heal, but the meeting there had carved a different mark. Predator had met Butcher briefly, inconclusively. Both had left the field alive, their bloodlust unquenched. On Varkhannis, that meant only one thing. They would turn toward one another again, drawn as much by that unfinished killing as by the orders of any lord or the screams of any world. Weeks of war scoured Varkhannis until the world forgot the shapes it had worn before. The central continent, once a patchwork of trench belts and fortress hives, became a single unbroken scab of devastation. What had been cities were now crater clusters, each bowl filled with oily water and the mixed slurry of ground bone and soil. What had been plains were ribbed with the ribs of dead super-heavy tanks, their hulls half swallowed by mud and ash. Rusted vehicle carcasses lay wheel to track in tangled masses, like shoals of metal beasts that had died mid-migration and been left to rot. Corpse piles rose where the lines had collided most often, mounds of dead heaped by artillery blasts and the necessities of clearing fire lanes. Some were higher than old hab blocks, slumping pyramids of flak armor, carapace plate and bare flesh, stiff limbs protruding at unnatural angles. The weight of bodies crushed those at the base into paste. The smell that clung to those hills was a living thing, so thick it seemed to crawl into every breath taken within sight of them. Men began to call that entire region by one name whispered over, vox and in dugouts when they thought no one of rank was listening. The Slaughterfields. Khârn's favor lay across them like a pall. Reality thinned there. Brass-colored weather fronts swept across the battle lines, clouds bearing no rain, only a metallic sheen that stained every surface they passed over. Lightning ran through them in jagged, blood-red veins, striking trenches and tanks alike, leaving behind scorch marks in the shape of crude skulls. Wind carried whispers that were not the voices of the living, fragments of laughter and screams layered together until they were indistinguishable. Where the dead lay thickest, blood congealed in strange ways, pools of it in shell holes and collapsed bunkers crusted over in patterns disturbingly regular. The drying surface cracking into ridges that formed empty eye sockets and jagged teeth. Mud churned underfoot, bore imprints like overlapping skulls, as if the ground itself were rearranging into an offering. Some guardsmen crossed themselves and spat when they saw such things. Others stepped carefully around them, unwilling to put boot heels in those warped images, as if they might sink into something deeper than soil. Khârn was drawn to the Slaughterfields, as if there were a chain from its heart to whatever furnace served him for a soul. He led a World-Eater push into that region that dwarfed even his earlier spearheads. Warbands that had been carving their own independent paths of ruin across other theaters were recalled, or simply fell into line when word reached them that their champion went east toward a place where the blood lay in lakes rather than puddles. Demon engines snarled and dragged themselves along in his wake, brass limbs and warped hulls soaked in the gore of 100 prior engagements. For the Khârn faithful, the Slaughterfields became a pilgrimage site. Champions came to test their axes against the defenders of Varkhannis, where the fighting was thickest. Mortal cultists of the blood. God crept out of underhives and plague-choked valleys, drawn as if by scent, chanting cracked litanies as they marched toward the distant thunder. Some never even made it to the front before they were cut down by defensive fire. Khârn did not care. Their blood went to the same tally. Khârn strode at the tip of that tide, Gorechild heavy in his hands, armor so caked in old blood that fresh spray barely altered its color. His name had become a howl that ran along the World-Eater lines, a challenge and a promise. Stories grew around him like armor plates welded on top of one another. Guardsmen in their foxholes muttered of how he had met a squad of Ogrin bodyguards in one ruined manufactorum and cut them down as if they were wheat stalks rather than abhuman slabs. One swing of his chain axe had taken an Ogrin's head and both arms, the huge body falling in pieces, skull bouncing along a trench lip. Another tale told of him murdering one of his own warband leaders mid-battle, splitting the warrior from helm to groin because the fool had fallen back a few paces to avoid a tank shell rather than dying where he stood. Whether any single tale was true did not matter. The weight of them was. Opposite that red tide moved another shape. Tyberos studied the Slaughterfields from the Nikor's strategium, helm lenses tracing the changing pattern of sacrifice. Auspec's returns now showed entire swathes of the continent as simply dead zones. Signal echoes bounced wildly in the warped air. The hololithic map rendered the region as a dark bruise shot through with pulsing spots of light, where the fighting reached its highest pitch. The greatest of those flares followed Khârn's path. Others marked the work of World-Eater champions of lesser note but significant reach. Still others, colder and more contained, marked the interventions of the Khârn themselves. Tyberos watched as the red icons representing Khârn elite elements massed ever deeper in the Slaughterfields. Companies of berserkers, packs of demon engines, whole formations of mortal cultists, organized as much as any frenzied worshipper of Khârn could be, all drawn toward that bleeding center. A lesser commander might have sought to avoid such a nest. Tyberos did not know avoidance. He knew only where the cull must be heaviest. Designation, he voxed, the word carrying through the Nikor's command net. Slaughterfields, primary culling ground. He requested no permission from Varkhannis' command. He did not inform Lord Militant Voron that his central continent was about to host a secondary war nested within the larger one fought for reasons that no tally clerk could properly account for. The Khârn began to shift their deployments, their drop patterns, their teleport arrays. Grey icons on the battle map altered course like fish, turning toward a scent in the water. On the ground, Imperial Guard commanders begged for more direct support. In a command dugout half collapsed by shellfire, its ceiling supported by bent stanchions and bits of wrecked tank hull, a colonel of Varkhannian armor leaned over a cracked Vox set, face grey with exhaustion and grime. "We need the Astartes here," he said, struggling to keep his fury from becoming obvious panic. "Our flank is bending. The Khârn elites are massing. If we do not get reinforcement, there will be nothing left but a straight line between those warp-damned monsters and the hive bastions." Across from him stood a Khârn liaison officer. The warrior wore mark of the chapter in the form of a shark jaw, embroidered on the grey cloak over his armor, his power pack's exhausts venting a faint heat haze into the cramped space. His helm was off, clipped to his belt, revealing a face as pale and expressionless as carved stone. His eyes were the color of the deeps. Blood had dried in a dark streak across his cheek. He had not bothered to wipe it away. "You will hold," the Khârn said. His voice was calm, almost toneless. It sounded as if he were reciting a weather report rather than consigning thousands of men to their deaths. "We cannot," the colonel snapped, forgetting caution in the face of that flat decree. "We are not Astartes. We are exhausted. Our ammunition stocks are dwindling. We have lost half our tanks and more than half our men. If you do not send your warriors to support this sector, it will collapse." The liaison tilted his head slightly, as if considering. The motion was almost bird-like. "You will hold," he repeated. "You are bait." Silence filled the dugout. Somewhere outside, an artillery shell screamed in, struck close enough that dust fell in a small rain from the ceiling. "Bait," the colonel said slowly. "For greater prey," the Khârn said. "You asked for purpose. That is yours." The colonel's hand moved towards the butt of his sidearm, perhaps without conscious intent. The Khârn watched the movement without changing expression. For a moment, the air in the dugout tightened. Then the colonel's hand fell away. He laughed once, a short, bitter bark. "Bait," he said again. "Fine. We will dangle on the hook." The Khârn inclined his head, as if acknowledging a contract, and turned to go. Word of such conversations spread through the guard in twisted form, as stories always did in war. Men said the grey Astartes had told an entire division they were nothing but meat hung across corner-to teeth. Others claimed they had seen a liaison officer snap a general's jaw with one hand when he refused to hold a slaughter line. Whatever the truth, the effect was the same. In the Slaughterfields, regiments dug in, knowing that the Khârn would not come to their aid unless and until the enemy elite were fully committed. Until then, they were to bleed and be bled. The world's surface reflected that merciless calculus. Tank columns, ground over dunes made of bone. Years of war on Varkhannis had left bodies everywhere even before the World Eaters arrived. Now, repeated bombardments and vehicular traffic had crushed those remains into strata. Skeletons gathered in the folds of the land, drifted by wind and shock waves into rough, uneven hills. Battle tanks rumbled up those slopes and down, bones cracking under their treads with the sound of breaking ice. In the skies above, gunships and fighters dueled almost nose to nose in the thick, soot-choked air. Thunderhawks, their wings heavy with missiles and their bellies full of Astartes, screamed low over the Slaughterfields, their engines leaving contrails of heat that flicked through the smoke like angry scars. Hell talons tore in from the other side, engines shrieking in corrupted harmonies, their fuselages bristling with demonic iconography. They crossed paths in violent, twisting collisions, auto-cannons chattering, lascannons stabbing, missile contrails, scribbling white lines through the dark. Aircraft tumbled from the melee, trailing smoke and flame, some breaking apart before they hit the ground, scattering burning wreckage and bodies, others ploughing into the already shattered terrain and detonating in fresh blossoms of fire. Even the god machines of the Titan legions were not spared. In the heart of the Slaughterfields, a Legio Invictus engine died. It had strode through earlier battles with the unshakable certainty of a walking fortress, its void shields shedding lass and shell, its guns breaking enemy lines by their mere presence. Now it staggered, its gait uneven, armor sloughed from its shins, knees stuttering as damages mounted. World Eaters swarmed over its legs and around its heels, chain axes biting into pistons, demon engines clambering alongside them, claws digging for purchase. The Titan's princeps screamed defiance through its vox arrays, the voice of the machine echoing across the Slaughterfields as it fought. To stay upright, volcano cannon fire lanced outward, taking with it entire knots of enemy armor. But each shot came slower, each one pulled from a dwindling reservoir of strength. When it fell like a collapsing cathedral. Its massive frame tipped, slow in seeming, and yet faster than anything caught beneath it could hope to escape. The impact shook the ground for kilometers, a wave of force that knocked men from their feet, toppled already damaged buildings, and sent nearby tanks skidding sideways. Its reactor went critical a heartbeat later, and a plume of light rose from its corpse, straight and tall as a tower, before blooming outward into a dome of burning air. Those close enough to see the Titan's demise with their own eyes rarely lived to tell of it. Those further away saw only the growing catalogue of loss, another god machine added to the Slaughterfields list of fallen. Within that furnace, Khârn's legend became something half-remembered from nightmares and half-witnessed in desperate clarity. Men who had never seen him spoke of how he had run up the barrel of a Baneblade's main gun and punched Gorechild down through the turret ring, splitting tank and crew in a single blow. Others swore he had taken a full volley from a regiment's worth of Lascanon fire and advanced regardless, armor glowing, ceramite smoking, only to reach the line and carve a path through an Ogrin bodyguard as if they were made of paper. World-eater mortals told hushed stories of their own champion, of how he had turned on one of his warband leaders mid-assault, splitting the fool open because he had ordered his squad to pull back a few paces to reload, instead of spending their last rounds in melee. The bodies of such unfortunates were left where they fell, offered to the mud as reminders. Tyberos' name spread differently. Imperial soldiers spoke of him in fearful whispers, tagging the moments when the red tide met the grey in ways that could be survived only by hiding beneath the wreckage. They called him the Red Wake, though they did not know the old reasons for that name. For them it meant simply that where he appeared, the battlefield behind him was left scoured of life, as if a wave had rolled through and taken everything with it. They said his clawed gauntlets dripped traitor gene seed, the viscous residue of torn open chest cavities and split armor. They said his Terminator plate was marked with thousands of tiny kill runes, each etched with brutal care into his armor by his own hand, whenever he deemed a foe worthy of remembrance in his silent tally. No man could say for certain how many such marks there were. Those who had been close enough to see often did not live long. The World Eaters too began to speak of him, grudgingly. Silent Shark, they called him, half insult and half acknowledgement. A beast from the dark places that cut their warbands down without roar or boast. As the weeks of murder rolled on, reality itself had begun to buckle in the Slaughterfields. The sheer volume of death had thinned the walls between the material and the warp. At first it manifested in subtle ways. Echoes that did not belong to any living voice, moments when las beams bent in strange arcs, shadows moving against the direction of the light. Then the bloodletters came. They phased into existence from the smoke and blood spray, tall and corded, their red hides glistening, their horned heads lowering as they sniffed the air for fear. One would swell out of a pile of fresh corpses, smoke clinging to its form, hellblade already in its grip. Another would unfold from a sheet of fire, stepping out of the flame with unhurried, murderous grace. One became 10, 10 became lines, lines became waves. By the time the Slaughterfields knew the full weight of Khârn's attention, there were bloodletters in their thousands, each one a shard of the blood god's will given flesh. They clashed with guardsmen and cultists alike, uncaring of allegiance beyond the pleasing efficiency of certain skulls. They charged titans, their blades carving molten gouges in god-engine ankles. They leapt onto the backs of tanks, driving hellsteel through engine housings and crew heads. World Eaters found themselves forced to fight alongside their own gods' demons for space to kill. Imperial troops, already stretched to breaking, now had to cut down Warp Spawn and Berserker, both if they wished to live another handful of heartbeats. Carcharodons waded into that fresh layer of madness with the same steady gait they had shown against lesser foes. Grey armor marred by molten rents and demonic scorch marks. They hacked down bloodletters with Stormbolter and Chainblade, their blades sparking as Hellsteel met Powerfield. They did not pray, they did not curse. They adjusted to the new threat as they would adjust to a change in depth or current. In the end, the Slaughterfields ceased to be individual battles fought for, discrete objectives. They became inevitability's anvil. Every surviving elite element on Varkhannis was drawn there by one pressure or another. World Eater champions seeking to stand in the thickest meat grind in the hopes of pleasing Khârn. Red Brethren platoons hunting those same champions for the honor of adding their deaths to the chapter's ledger. The remnants of Varkhannis' elite guard, stormtrooper cadres and armored spearheads, driven into the region by Imperium strategy as much as by retreat, told to hold what ground they could as the world shrank around them. The currents that had first tugged Khârn and Tyberos together at Khârn now grew into a riptide. Khârn's chosen felt the pull as a simple truth: go where the killing was deepest. Tyberos felt it as cold logic. All the strongest prey had gathered in one place. Somewhere within that unbroken expanse of craters, wrecks, and skull-stamped mud, a central killing ground formed. It was not marked on any map. It did not need to be. Champions and predators alike turned toward it as if they shared a compass. The Slaughterfields had one more service to render Varkhannis before the planet died. They would provide a place where Butcher and Shark could meet again, not as ghosts passing in the smoke, but as forces locked in full view of the god who watched and the empire that bled. The heart of Varkhannis beat beneath the Slaughterfields. Far below the cratered plains and ridges of wreckage, beneath the stacked corpses and rusting hulls, ancient macro-reactors throbbed. They were cyclopean engines, entombed in rockcrete vaults before the first hab had risen on the world's surface. Their conduits ran like arteries into the planetary crust, binding tectonic plates with bands of force, feeding power to the hive bastions and the great void shield projectors that still flickered over the fortress spires. Most men of Varkhannis did not know they existed. They felt only the steady tremor of distant machinery through the soles of their boots, and took it for granted that the ground did not tear itself apart as the guns spoke. In the buried Auspex chambers of the Lord Militant's command bastion, the savants knew better. A lean man with augmetic plugs sunk into his shaved skull, hunched over a bank of rune screens, his fingers twitching through calculation mudras as cascading data flickered past. Seismic traces, thermal blooms, warp flux readings overlaid atop the slow, steady pulse of the macro-reactors. Convergence, he muttered, mostly to himself, though a junior adept at his elbow flinched as if the word were an accusation. Load paths, here, here. He jabbed a finger at one display where lines overlapped, a nexus of energy flows rendered in harsh light. There, he said aloud, the primary complex. All load runs through it. All stability anchors there. If that goes, the mantle fractures. The void shield lattice collapses. The hive's foundations crumble. Cornate vectors? The Lord Militant's voice came from a vox grill overhead, frayed by sleeplessness and strain. The savant swallowed. Confirmed, he replied. World Eater mass, approaching from 3 axes. The greatest concentration of warp anomaly and bloodshed indicators aligns with the macro-reactor site. Of course it does, Vorin said, somewhere above, among dust and incense. The blood god would drink from the throat, not the hand, flag the coordinates to all remaining commands, and to our allies. Aboard the Nikor, far out in the smoke-smeared high orbit, Carcharodon Augur Masters saw the same pattern. In the half-dark of the ship's inner sancta, mortal serfs and helot officers worked their own banks of auspex and cogitators. Their instruments were older than those of Varkhannis, and in some ways more fickle. But their operators understood the language of threat in a way that most Imperial savants did not. They did not see just numbers and lines. They saw currents, depths, places where the sea floor dropped away into chasms. "We have the spine," one augur master said, his voice carrying over a ritual clatter of bone counters. Macro-reactor nexus beneath Slaughterfields Central, plates bound there, void shield grid, foci there, enemy mass there. A schematic projection of the continent hovered in the chamber's air, rendered in stark monochrome. The Slaughterfields were a dark smear in the middle, shot through with furious pinpricks of light where the fighting was thickest. Beneath that smear, the projection showed the macro-reactor complex as a tangle of knots, a gleaming knot of energy buried in the rock. "It is the heart," the master went on. "If the heart is corrupted or ruptured, the body dies, slowly or at once." Tyberos stood at the edge of the projection, Terminator armor drinking in the pale light. Hunger and Slake hung quiescent at his sides, for the moment only black outlines. "Khârn," he said. The augur master nodded, eyes flicking to another display where Vox and Pict intercepts were collated in broken red-tinged images. A figure moving through the Slaughterfields, always where the bloodshed was highest, carving his own distinctive trail of ruin. "His path trends there," the mortal said. "Every deviation curves back. World-Eater champions are gathering in that region like feeder fish around a carcass. The blood god's sorcerers, too." On the surface, the Khârn slaughter priests had already begun their work. They gathered atop the macro-reactor's primary access site, where centuries earlier a neat domed structure and defensive curtain wall had been built to protect the maintenance bastions beneath. Those defenses were gone now, crushed by bombardment and ground flat by tank treads. In their place rose crude altars of rockcrete slabs and welded hull plates, stacked into jagged ziggurats splashed with fresh blood. Chains hung from the edges of those makeshift shrines, bearing impaled bodies. Guardsmen, stormtroopers, skitari, even a captured engine seer or two whose augmetic limbs twitched as the warp gnawed at the lingering machine spirits in their flesh. Their blood ran down carved channels into gutters that fed into broad pits dug straight through the cracked ferrocrete into the earth below. Sorcerer priests of Khârn strode between the altars, their armor a blend of priestly vestment and butcher's smock. Brass-bound grimoire chains clinked at their waists. Their gauntlets were slick with blood to the elbow. Some bore runes carved into their bare skulls beneath open-faced helms, glyphs that bled sluggishly where warp power leaked. They had no need of psychic finesse. Their god was not a subtle patron. They carved broad, crude symbols into the churned mud with the bodies of prisoners, arranging limbs and torsos into 8-pointed geometries. They daubed skulls in blood and placed them at the tips of each arm. They chanted in harsh, low Gothic and older tongues stolen from demon whispers, their voices raw, their words more threat than incantation. "Blood for the blood god," they roared, again and again and again, building the words into a drumbeat. "Skulls for the skull throne. Let this world burn and bleed and be yours, Lord of Slaughter. Let its heart pump blood for you alone." They sought to turn Varkhannis not merely into a graveyard, but into a shrine. A true demon world of Khârn, where the warp bled through permanently, and the laws of mortal nature bent around the weight of the blood god's will. The macro-reactor beneath their boots was the key. A world heart, a thing that bound and fed. If they could lace their god's power into its output, the planet itself would become a weapon and an altar both. Khârn did not care for such intricacies. He had killed psychers from his own ranks for daring to speak of visions and portents. He had split sorcerers apart for letting warp filth touch his path without giving him more skulls to claim. When one of the slaughter priests tried to explain the beauty of their design to him, his words full of talk of permanent warscapes and immortal blood tides, Khârn cut him off with a snort. "Will it give me more things to kill?" he asked. The priest blinked, taken aback by the bluntness. "Yes," he said quickly. "If we succeed, the world will never stop bleeding. You will have warriors thrown at you for as long as the rock holds together." Khârn considered this for a heartbeat. "Then chant," he said. "Draw your circles, stack your skulls, just keep your witchfire out of my swing." He left the man standing amid his own hanged offerings and strode toward the sound of the guns. He felt the density of opposition thickening as he approached the macro-reactor site. Elite guard formations had been thrown into the region as a last bulwark. Stormtrooper corps and armored brigades drawn from every surviving corner of the campaign. Cadian-born sharpshooters lay in shell holes alongside Varkhannian trenches and off-world mechanized crews, all turned into one more layer of meat between the blood gods chosen and the world's heart. Khârn could smell them on the wind, smell the sweat and fear and cordite. He grinned behind his helm and raised Gorechild high, its teeth whirring. "Forward!" he voxed to his gathered warbands. "The skull pit is ready." Tyberos knew what lay beneath the Slaughterfields as clearly as any Imperial savant, perhaps more clearly. The Nikor's cogitators had mapped the power flows. Mechanicus archives, half-whispered from reluctant engine seers and quietly stolen from unguarded data shrines, had told the Khârn what macro-reactor complexes of that pattern meant. Plates bound, mantles held, shield grids anchored. He understood that if those reactors went into cascade failure, the planet would tear itself apart over time, a slow, grinding death of quakes and volcanic eruptions. If the Khârn ritual twisted the output first, the death would be less useful and more spiteful. The world's last energies, going not to a controlled detonation, but into feeding a newborn demon realm. It did not change his course. "Target," he said, his voice echoing in the teleportarium as Red Brethren and Line Brethren assembled once more. Macro-reactor complex, slaughter priest convergences, Khârn. He did not need to add the last word. It hung there. The reason, as much as the reactors themselves. A tech marine made a gesture of half-warning, half-ritual. "There is severe instability in that region," he rasped. "Warp flux at the surface. Tectonic stress beneath. Teleport insertion nearer than the outer perimeter will be imprecise. Casualties will be high." Tyberos regarded him without expression. "We are not here to live," he said. "We are here to end things. Begin staggered jumps. Peel them." The first waves of Khârn translated in far from the ritual site, at the edges of the Khârn occupation zone. They appeared in ruptured trenches and between lines of broken tanks, materializing in clouds of dislocated air and faint light. They fell upon the outer layers of the World Eater host like teeth. Shock assaults rippled inward. Red Brethren squads drove spear thrusts toward the macro-reactor in controlled stages. Each teleport drop thrust further in as the previous one widened space by cutting down berserkers and cultists. Everywhere they struck, a few heartbeats of storm bolter fire and chainblade work opened a gap, a fresh tear in the red tide. Then they were gone again, pulled out and thrown forward, always toward the center. From their perspective, the approach became a series of stuttering tableaux. A trench full of world eaters, flash of teleport, kill. Another trench, closer to the distant altars, flash, kill. The ground changing subtly each time. More skull formations in the mud, more brass in the sky. On the outer edges of that killing spiral, the last Imperial survivors heard the Khârn orders. Vox casters crackled, their grills caked in dust and blood, and a new voice overrode the babble of command channels. It was not shouting. It did not need to. Perimeter units, it said. This is Khârn command. You will hold your current lines. You will not advance. You will not withdraw. You will die facing the enemy. There was a pause. Some might have hoped for an explanation, a promise. None came. This is your function, the voice finished. You are seen. In dugouts and behind tank hulls, men bowed their heads for a heartbeat, some in resignation, some in fury. Then they checked the charges on their last packs, cleared the feeds on their heavy stubbers, and turned their faces toward the oncoming tide. They formed a rough ring around the region, where the macro reactor vaulted close to the surface, their positions more an accidental geometry than a planned cordon, but they held. They did not do it for the grey giants in the smoke beyond, nor even for their Lord Militant's orders. They did it because there was nowhere else to go. Above them, the sky blackened further. Demonic weather had stalked the Slaughterfields for days, but now it intensified into something truly other. Clouds massed in bands of bruised purple and deep brass, swirling in slow, grinding vortices. Lightning laced those banks not in white forks, but in crimson stabs that left afterimages in the shape of jagged eight-pointed stars. The rain, when it fell, was thick and dark. It splashed on armor and bare heads alike with a sound like offal dropped on stone. Men wiped at their faces and stared in horror as their fingers came away smeared in blood. Not thin, diluted rainwater tinged red, but blood, viscous and reeking, the droplets forming into lines on their skin that seemed to attempt crude shapes before running together. Vox signals warbled, the voices on them distorted, words stretching and slurring. Some operators swore they heard their own words echoed back to them, spoken an instant after they spoke, in voices that were not quite theirs. Others reported whispering under every channel, a constant sibilant susurrus that, if listened to too closely, resolved into one word over and over: Khârn. On the ground, the war contracted. The Khârnate host surged toward the macro-reactor access, drawn by command, by scent, by God. The Khârn staggered assault, drilled its own path in from the opposing arcs. Between them, the Imperial perimeter strained and held, the human defenders reduced to a thin ring of flak-armored silhouettes, firing into a press of red and brass. At a distance, from some imagined vantage above the whole mess, the mortal struggle would have looked like movement around a central point, all flows and eddies circling the same drain. Individual, lives blurred into churn. The narrative of the battle, the true weight of it, had shifted away from them. They were no longer its primary actors. They were noise. World-eater mortals and cultists died in their thousands under Khârn bolter fire and guardsmen's last volleys, their bodies adding to the already obscene layers of the Slaughterfields. Varkhannian infantry and stormtroopers fell in heaps beneath chain-axe and demon claws, their skulls later plucked and stacked by sorcerer priests. Even lesser Astartes, line brethren of both chapters, vanished into the teeth of the grinder, their deaths registering as flickers on helm runes, as new marks etched into armor elsewhere, as brief darkening of the immense tally that the gods could see. The battle had narrowed its focus. Near the macro-reactor access, the ground broke into a plaza of sorts, though that word no longer fit well. Once it had been a graded ferrocrete apron for maintenance vehicles and heavy lifters, ringed by control towers and shield emitters. Now it was a fractured expanse of cracked slabs and deep fissures. Half the towers collapsed into ruin, the others leaning drunkenly. Rivers of gore ran through the broken paving, pooling in depressions before spilling over shattered edges into the yawning chasms that had opened where the earth itself had begun to split. Macro-reactor hum shuddered up from below, a bone-deep vibration that made teeth ache. At the plaza's center, the slaughter priest's main altar rose, a twisted pyramid of wreckage and body parts slick with rain and blood. Upon its upper tier, a great skull-shaped icon of brass had been heaved into place, its eye sockets filled with burning warp fire. Around its base, the priests' chant had reached a fever pitch, their voices raw, their armor-plated bodies shaking with exertion as they forced more words into the warp. Below, entrance gates that had once been neat hexagonal blast doors were now jagged mouths rimmed with shattered metal teeth. Within those mouths, the glow of reactor light pulsed sickly. Khârn cut his way toward that plaza with a tide of berserkers and demon engines at his back. He had to fight other World Eater champions for position. One bellowed a challenge at him, some demand about right of precedence before the altar. Khârn answered by splitting the warrior's helm like an overripe fruit, sending his skull bouncing down the broken steps. No one else tried to block his path. He stormed up the wide central ramp leading toward the primary access, Gorechild ploughing aside defenders. Guardsmen firing from behind the wreckage of a chimera were reduced to red paste beneath his boots and the sweep of his axe. Akkadian sergeant, who held his ground and managed to drive a bayonet into a weak point of Khârn's armor, had his arms lopped off at the shoulders before his head was taken almost as an afterthought. At the edge of the plaza, the Karkarodons broke through. Red Brethren, Terminators pushed forward from the far side, their advance a blunt, crushing force that drove World Eater squads, demons and cultists alike before them. Stormbolters roared, turning the closest threats into exploding chunks that spattered their armor. Chainfists bit into demon engines' limbs, tearing brass legs free and sending twisted constructs crashing to the ground. At their head, Tyberos moved like the core of a slow, unstoppable avalanche. His Terminator plate bore fresh dents and blackened gouges, places where hellblades had struck and glanced, where biome cursed chain axes had chewed and been turned. Khanate blood caked hunger and slake to the elbows, dripping in slow strings as he strode. His helm lenses burned a cold red under the bruised sky. He saw the plaza ahead as a ruin of overlapping lines, fire lanes and threat icons. He saw the altar at its center as a tumor. He saw Khârn's red armor among the chaos as a single bright rune. He carved his way forward, every step taking him over new corpses or collapsing decking. A bloodletter hurled itself at him from the side, Hellblade raised to sever his helm. Hunger snapped up, catching the demon across the waist and tearing it into two shrieking halves that dissolved into smoke as they fell. A berserker crashed into his shoulder, chainsword grinding against his pauldron. Tyberos rammed Slake through the man's stomach, the blades punching out his spine in a spray of bone and armor shards, then flicked him free. Behind him, a Carcharodon Voxcaster raised his grill and gave the last men still holding the rough ring beyond the plaza their final order. "Perimeter is set," he said, voice flat. "You will not break." The answering acknowledgements came back from scattered squads and tank crews. Some simply clicked their transmit studs, unwilling or unable to waste breath. Others spoke short responses, old unit mottos or crude curses. It did not matter. Their function was fulfilled. Above the altar, the sky boiled. Blood rain fell harder, drumming on armor and stone. Each drop struck with more force than liquid should, stinging even transhuman skin beneath ceramite as if it carried grainy sand. Thunder rolled in steady, grinding peals, the sound less like air splitting and more like a vast, distant machine turning over, cogs the size of continents locking in place. The brass cloud front overhead twisted, forming a cyclonic shape that hung directly over the macro-reactor site. Lightning speared down from its heart, striking the brass skull icon atop the altar. The symbol lit from within, its eye fires flaring brighter, spilling eldritch radiance over the plaza. The ground shook in answer. Deep below, the macro-reactor went from steady hum to strained howl. Warning sigils flared on long-forgotten Mechanicus consoles. Tech adepts who had fled into the deeper maintenance galleries found themselves hurled from their feet as conduits burst, bathing corridors in blinding light. Some knelt and tried to intone stabilization rites. Others simply ran, their mechanized legs clanging on the catwalks. Each time the slaughter priests howled a particular phrase, the reactor wavered. Energy that should have flowed smoothly along reinforcement lines now kinked and snarled, feeding little loops of power back into itself. It was cycling towards something. Into that storm of warp and reactor and rain came two shapes. Khârn vaulted the last span of broken paving with a wordless roar, boots skidding on blood-slick stone as he landed on the fractured plaza. Demon engines bellowed behind him as they clambered over wrecks and the heaped dead. The heat from the altar washed over him, rich with the stink of burnt offerings and warp-touched metal. From the opposite side, Tyberos stepped through a curtain of smoke and steam, grey armor catching the reddish light in dull glints. Red brethren fanned out a pace behind him, their presence a silent wall of mass. For a heartbeat, the press of bodies between them thinned by unspoken consent. World-eaters staggered aside, some pulled back by their own instincts, others dragged away by comrades who did not want to be crushed between those two forces. Carcharodons adjusted their line, storm bolters tracking outward, leaving a hollow core in front of their shade lord. The rivers of gore that ran across the plaza's cracked surface flowed around the slight rise where Khârn and Tyberos now found themselves. The blood swirled and eddied, forming momentary obscene patterns at their feet before spilling on toward the reactor mouths. They saw each other across that short distance. Khârn's armor dripped, his helm a mask of brass-edged fury, Gorechild's hurtling teeth spitting flecks. Tyberos's plate was scabbed with enemy flesh and burn marks, hunger and slake extended, their blades casting faint harmonic shadows. The chants of the slaughter priests reached a crescendo behind Khârn, their voices straining, throats tearing as they pulled the last verses of their brutal ritual from their lungs. The macro-reactor's vibration rose to a rattling note that shook broken masonry loose from ruined towers, sending fragments clattering down. Vox channels popped and hissed. For a moment, even those distortions seemed to fade, as if the battle beyond had been pushed to the edges of perception. The din of the war did not truly stop. Artillery still howled, tanks still fired, men still screamed, and demons still shrieked as blades bit. But for those locked eyes, the sound of it all dropped away into a dull, distant roar, like the sea heard through the hull of a deep-diving vessel. Khârn rolled one shoulder, letting Gorechild's weight settle. Blood ran in thin streams down the axe's haft, dripping from his gauntlet. "Shark," he said, Vox carrying the word with a predator's relish. "There you are." Tyberos stepped forward once, the decking groaning. "Khârn," he replied, his tone flat, almost conversational. "Betrayer, marked prey." The air between them tasted of blood and ozone and molten metal. The altar lights flared, the reactor growled. The gods watched. Then they moved. Gorechild's teeth chattered like a caged predator, each tooth a brass-edged hunger, trying to tear loose from its bindings. The chain axe's engine whined in Khârn's hands, a feral keen that rose and fell with the rhythm of his breath, eager to bury itself in something that would scream as it died. Opposite him, hunger and slake crackled with a colder, harsher sound. The twin claws on Tyberos's forearms bled pale energy along their length, disruption fields humming against the scorched air. The inner chain teeth purred in anticipation, running short, savage test bursts that spat sparks onto the blood-slick stone. Tyberos's boots were thunder on the cracked paving as he advanced. Each Terminator paced step a heavy punctuation in the moment before. Impact. The ground felt his weight and answered with a groan. His silhouette moved with a glacial inevitability, broad shoulders squared, helm angled directly toward his foe. Khârn rocked on the balls of his feet, the predator's sway, weight constantly shifting, chain axe held loose and light as if it were a toy rather than a weapon that could tear tanks apart. Blood ran down the battered plates of his armor in thin streams, pattering from the studs on his greaves to join the rivers of gore underfoot. His stance spoke of explosive violence compressed into a single heartbeat. Thunder rolled overhead as the brass clouds coiled tighter. Blood rain drummed on ceramite, streaking red over red, dull over grey. The altar fire behind Khârn roared. The macro-reactor beneath the plaza grumbled like a waking beast. At that tight, breathless distance, they spoke. "Finally," Khârn said, his voice a rasp edged with something perilously close to joy. The Helmvox threw it across the short gap like a barked challenge. "A foe who survives longer than a handful of heartbeats. Khârn favors me today." Tyberos's reply came low and flat, the tone of a man reading an entry from a ledger. "Khârn," he said. "Betrayer. Apex threat. Datum confirmed. Scheduled for termination." Khârn laughed, the sound ugly and delighted. "Cold words," he said, starting forward, Gorechild rising. "Let us see if your killing is as good as your counting, silent shark." They met. Gorechild came down in a brutal arc that would have halved a dreadnought. Hunger and Slake crossed to meet it, blades scissoring. Chain teeth and disruption fields collided with demon-edged steel, and the universe shrank to that single point of contact. The impact was like a localized bombardment. Energy flared in a blinding corona, white and brass sparks exploding outward. The sound was not merely metal on metal, but a layered shriek as weapon spirits howled and warp-touched iron, screamed defiance. The shock of the clash ran down their arms and through their armored frames, out into the broken stone beneath their boots. The plaza floor failed. Fissures spiderwebbed outward from their meeting point, hairline cracks racing in jagged patterns before widening. Slabs of ferrocrete buckled, edges popping and lifting. Nearby corpses, piled knee-deep, were ruptured by the pressure wave. Bodies burst like overripe fruit, bones snapping, viscera driven out in sprays that painted nearby wreckage in fresh arcs of red. World-eaters too close were flung from their feet, heavy armored forms tumbling like thrown dolls. A Carcharodon line brother was lifted bodily and hurled into a shattered statue plinth, his armor ringing as he struck and slid to one knee, helm snapped sideways by the force. For a heartbeat, the two champions stayed locked. Gorechild's chattering head ground into the crossed claws, sparks still spitting between them. Blood rain steamed when it struck, their crackling fields. Khârn shoved, testing the silent shark's roots, teeth bared behind brass. Tyberos held, the servos in his armor whining under the strain, his weight dropping through his boots into the shuddering stone. Then they broke apart, and the duel truly began. Khârn moved first, because Khârn always moved first. He stepped in, not back, letting the recoil of the initial clash roll through his frame and feed his next strike. Gorechild swept out in a vicious lateral cut, aimed at Tyberos's midsection, a blow that carried enough force to bisect a land raider. At the last instant, his wrists twisted, turning what looked like a crude power blow into something subtler, angling the teeth to hook and pull rather than simply cleave. Tyberos rotated with the swing, letting the chain axe slide along his abdomen plate rather than bite into a flat surface. Sparks cascaded in a stream as brass teeth plowed a deep groove in the ceramite. The claws darted in response, hunger, slashing low toward Khârn's forward knee, Slake snapping up toward his helm, like the jaws for which his chapter was named. Khârn hopped, leg lifting just enough that hunger's talons tore a chunk out of his greave instead of his joint. He jerked his head aside as Slake's main blades whipped past, feeling the tug as the disruption field brushed his helm's brass trim and scorched the edge. He went high. Gorechild came up in a brutal backhand that whistled through the space where Tyberos's head had been a heartbeat earlier. The Shade Lord had already ducked under the arc, stepping in close, his massive frame compressing like a coiled spring. His left shoulder hit Khârn's chest. the impact a hammer blow that rocked the berserker back half a pace. Tyberos drove his weight into that moment, claws stabbing. Hunger raked across Khârn's left pauldron and chestplate in a two-step motion, first catching and tearing, then biting. The talons punched through ceramite, shredding, brass edging, the inner chain teeth roaring as they chewed. Armor fragments flew, spun away into the rain. For the first time that day, they bit flesh beneath. Khârn's skin, where exposed, was a patchwork of old scars and fresh corruption, the mark of a body that had burned hot on the blood god's altar for too long. Hunger's blades ripped through that flesh as readily as through armor, opening deep channels that spilled blood down his flank. Khârn's reaction was not pain, but exultation. He laughed, a raw, hoarse bark that spilled blood flecks across Tyberos's helm lenses. "Better," he snarled. "Yes. Bite, shark. Bite." He twisted on his wounded side, forcing himself into the cut instead of away from it. The unexpected movement dragged Hunger's blades free, unbalancing their angle. Khârn used that instant. Gorechild swept down, not in an elegant cut this time, but in a heavy, brutal chop aimed squarely at Tyberos's chest. Tyberos tried to turn, to deflect. He was half a heartbeat slow. Gorechild's demon teeth bit into his breastplate with all the mad glee that had carved through so many other lives. The chain axe tore a jagged trench in the grey ceramite, shearing through layered plasteel and armoured cabling beneath. The force of the blow drove Tyberos to one knee, the Terminator's immense mass slamming into the cracking stone hard enough to send fresh fractures racing outward. The sound of armour failing rang out like a cathedral bell struck at close range. Warning runes flared in his helm display. Subsurface plating cracked. Internal frameworks cried out in Binharic as stress levels spiked. For a heartbeat, his world pinholed, narrowed to the image of Khârn looming over him, chain axe raised again for a finishing stroke. He did not roar. He did not curse. He anchored his knee, drove his remaining leg into the stone, and answered. Slake stabbed forward from his right arm, shoulder twisting, talons spearing toward Khârn's exposed flank, where Hunger's earlier strike had chewed armor away. This time the claw sank through more than plate. Blades plunged into tainted flesh, punching in up to the base, the chain teeth along their inner arcs bursting into full spin. They ate. Meat and muscle shredded under the grinding rush. Bones splintered. Khârn's ribs cracked like snapped branches. White fragments spat out through the wound. Blood pulped by the violence sprayed in a fan across Tyberos's chest and helm, hot even through ceramite, dense with the stink of madness and old rage. Khârn roared, not in fear, but in sheer, furious delight. He tore himself off the blades rather than trying to pull away cleanly, letting Slake's teeth rip wider furrows as he wrenched back. For any other warrior, the damage would have crippled or killed. For him, it was a new tempo in the killing song. His own blood cascaded down his side, mixing with the rain, steaming where it hit the cracked stone. Silent. "Shark!" he laughed, staggering back a pace, Gorechild still clutched in one hand. "You have teeth after all." He should have been slowing. Instead, he accelerated. He came at Tyberos in a rush, a red thunderbolt, ignoring the ribbons of his own insides that hung in the ragged tears in his armor. Gorechild blurred. The chain axe became more than a weapon then. It became an extension of the berserker's will, a living chain blade frenzy. He swung in looping arcs, from odd angles, each kill stroke placed with unnerving precision. Cuts that appeared wild resolved at the last instant into attacks aimed for helm seals, armpits, joints. Tyberos rose into that storm, using his mass as anchorage against the gale. Where Khârn was a living incarnation of a chain blade, Tyberos was the machine in which the blade ran. His movements were minimal, every step and lean calculated to turn lethal force into glancing slides. Hunger and Slake worked in concert, one catching Gorechild's haft, or head, the other seeking openings, dual arcs of power field, kissed steel, weaving a net around the demon axe. The duel carved a circle through the plaza. They moved, locked in their own orbit, heedless of the mortals and lesser Astartes around them. A Prometheum feeder pipe that had somehow survived the earlier bombardments burst under a misjudged sidestep, Gorichild's teeth having nicked it as Khârn adjusted his footing. Pressurized fuel blew out in a white-hot jet that caught a line of world eaters from the side, their armor turning black in an instant before the metal glowed, men inside screaming as they cooked. A statue of an imperial hero, which had once stood in solemn judgment over the maintenance apron and now leaned crazily, had its upper half sheared away when one of Tyberos's missed cuts struck it. The marble likeness of some long-dead general toppled, head and raised power sword bouncing across the broken stone before plunging into a nearby fissure. They smashed through the hull of a baneblade that lay wrecked at the plaza's edge, using its twisted carcass as footing. Gallchild bit deep into the super-heavy tank's already ruined glacis plate at one point, teeth chewing through adamantine and into the crew compartment beneath. The compartment's interior, full of charred corpses strapped into their stations, ruptured under the stress. A wave of liquefied fat and half-burned flesh burst out through the wound, steaming, splashing over Khârn's greaves. He did not even notice. Inside the armor shell, a single surviving crewman, pinned by wreckage and half-blind, looked up just in time to see shafts of demon-edged steel and crackling claws pass overhead, silhouettes against the fiery sky. He opened his mouth to scream a prayer. The hull section above him collapsed under another impact, crushing him into the muck. Each telling blow the champions traded drove them closer to the edge. Tyberos felt the macro-reactors growl, rising under his boots, not as sound, but as vibration, a tremor that climbed up his legs and into his armor's frame. Runes flashed in the corner of his display, environmental readouts flickering dangerously. He could feel the basalt under the ferrocrete starting to shift, deep movements transmitted through the cracked shell of the plaza. Some cold part of his mind recorded the data, logged it. Instability nearing critical, plate anchors failing, tectonic load swaying. Another part, closer to his core, watched Khârn. The berserker's focus was absolute. There was no glance to the altar, no look to the retreat or advance of his warbands. He fought for nothing in that moment but the fight itself, for the dance of axe and claw, for the challenge of a foe who did not simply die when ordered to. Tyberos had seen zealotry, faith, madness in 1,000 wars. This was not those things. This was a predator who had pared away everything that did not feed the kill. There was a purity in it, stripped even of the normal tangle of goals and oaths. It was alien, it was terrible, and, he admitted in some deep, unlit part of himself, it was worthy of his attention. Khârn, in turn, saw something he had not often seen in a loyalist. No scripture poured from Tyberos's vox, no invocations to a corpse on a throne, no hesitation when his blades bit deep, no flinch when the blood god's name echoed from the throats of the slaughter priests. The shark killed because killing was his function, as natural to him as breath. There was no visible hatred in him, no towering rage, only intent honed to something as sharp as his claws. Khârn liked his foes to fear him, to hate him, to break. He recognized in this one a different kind of prey. Harder meat, thicker bone, a skull that might be worth keeping. Good, he grunted between swings, chain axe carving looping arcs that caught rain and flung it from the spinning teeth in red spatter. You do not whine, you do not preach. When I crack you, it will be like breaking a blade and knowing it was a worthy weapon. Tyberos's reply was a low growl, words clipped by exertion. Assessment, he said. Threat confirmed. Cull required. The macro-reactor's instability surged. Deep under the plaza, along the tangled conduits that bound Varkhannis's plates, energies that should have flowed in smooth cycles convulsed. The blood ritual above had pierced its control structures like a knife. Khârn's raw force, hungry and indiscriminate, bled down into the machine's heart, warping output, overloading failsafes. Alarms that had been silent since the reactors were first entombed wailed in long-forgotten galleries. Cracks opened in containment shells. Plasma meant to be guided and caged roared against its restraints. The ground above reflected that turbulence. Tremors shook the plaza with increasing violence. Lines in the stone widened into chasms, some no wider than a boot, others broad enough to swallow tanks whole when they abruptly gave way. Segments of the paving dropped, creating new ridges and sudden steps. Slaughter priests toppled from their altars, some splattering on the rock below, others vanishing into gaps that belched hot reactor breath. Blood pooled in the depressions and ran in fresh directions, rivulets changing course as the land heaved. Some streams fell straight into newly opened holes, vanishing in red waterfalls toward the unseen furnaces below. Khârn and Tyberos fought on amid the heaving ruin, their footing treacherous, their duel now also a contest against a battlefield trying to kill them both. Khârn leapt a sudden fissure, boots landing on a narrow strip of still intact stone that jutted like a tongue into open air. Tyberos landed opposite him, the deck section buckling under the combined weight. For a moment, they stood on a causeway that had been a simple maintenance path an age ago, and was now a cracked bridge over a widening gulf. Reactor. Light boiling up from below in sickly hues. They came together again, blades slamming, bodies straining, the world around them shaking itself apart. Gorechild's demon teeth chewed at the crossed claws. Hunger and Slake sparked against the chain axe's battered skull. The force of their clash drove both warriors forward, boots grinding against the crumbling stone as they sought leverage. The causeway groaned, chunks of concrete spalling from its underside to vanish into the radiance beneath. Warning klaxons howled, their old Mechanicus tones warped by time and interference. The sound rose from deep within the complex, a chorus of mechanical anguish broadcasting through failing vox emitters and cracked brass horns. It bled into the already cacophonous noise of battle, a new layer that spoke not of individual death, but of planetary ruin. All across the Slaughterfields, men felt the quakes, saw the ground shift, watched as entire sections of trench collapsed and tank formations slid sideways into sudden ravines. Demons screamed in joy, feeling the structure of the world tremble. World-eaters bellowed Khârn's name and redoubled their efforts, eager to spill whatever more blood they could before the end. Carcharodons adjusted firing solutions and fallback lines even as they killed, marking extraction vectors. On the cracking causeway, none of that mattered to the two locked at its center. Gorechild pushed down. Hunger and Slake braced up. Between those opposing forces stood Khârn and Tyberos, their armor screaming, their weapons shrieking, their wills locked. The edge of the causeway crumbled a little more, bits of stone dropping away around their boots. Reactor light washed up through the fissures in sick, unhealthy pulses. The duel hung there, in that moment, on the brink of a world that had begun to die. In the bowels of Varkhannis, the machine spirit of the world screamed. Within the macro-reactor control sanctum, status runes that had burned, a steady amber for uncounted decades flickered once and flipped to a malignant red. Warning sigils cascaded across archaic display slates, whole banks of Auspex glyphs blooming into frantic pulsing icons. The deep, reassuring thrum of the primary plasma cores rose in pitch, gaining a raw, ragged edge. Conduits as wide as hab corridors shuddered in their housings. The caged suns they carried surged, pressure spikes punching along the arterial runs. Baffles that had never been tested beyond theoretical values slammed shut and glowed, their edges softening, their seals distending under arcing arcs of blue-white light. In the levels below the sanctum, a plasma feeder line ruptured. For an instant, there was only a hairline crack, a thin, luminous seam that traced itself along the length of a conduit casing. Then the metal gave. The world's heart punched a titanic gout of molten energy into the galleries around it. Whole maintenance decks vanished. Steel walkways, cogitator stacks, servo racks and tech priests alike were washed away in a roar of light and heat. Trenches on the surface far above turned to instant lakes of slag as the unleashed plasma tore through channels to vent. Men dug in they did not have time to scream. One heartbeat they crouched behind their parapets, laser guns raised. The next they were vapor, their bodies and armor rendered down into component atoms and an expanding shockwave. In the primary control chamber, robed tech priests stood at their consoles, mechadendrites flailing as they intoned desperate Binharic litanies. They tried to enact rites that had only ever existed as theoretical canticles in sealed data cores, emergency protocols meant to reroute planetary scale flows. They chanted command strings and appeasement hymns, their voices overlapping in a strained metallic chorus as heat rolled through the chamber, paint blistering on the walls, holy oils boiling in their anointment bowls. One by one they caught fire, augmetic. Eyes cracked in their sockets as temperatures spiked. Servo limbs sparked and fused. Flesh, already more scar tissue than living tissue, went black, then ash, robes following a heartbeat later. Some fell forward onto their consoles, burning hands still tapping out command sequences as their bodies collapsed around them. Others stood like torches for a few seconds, mechadendrites lashing wildly, the ritual motions of their limbs continuing even as their organic cores crumbled. Their last screams did not sound human. They came out of vox grills and scrap code vents as distorted bursts of Binharic, long strings of machine syllables suddenly spiking into shrieked bursts of pain before cutting off into static. Those howls bled into the wider command net, ghosting across battlefield channels as bursts of corrupted data that made Auspex screens stutter and Vox officers flinch as if struck. High above the dying world, in the command decks of the Varkhannian defense fleet, auger arrays told their own story. Hunched over Auspex pits, voidsmen and naval savants watched as the traces of the macro-reactor network spasmed. Neat lines of energy representing tectonic binders and void shield feeds lurched, broke into jagged, mismatched segments. Seismic readings went from tolerable tremors to sharp spikes that hammered at the lower limits of ancient scales. Catastrophic destabilization, one auger officer whispered, more to himself than to the admirals at his back. Plate anchors failing, thermal bloom rising through mantle strata. This is... He did not finish. His superior's hand closed on his shoulder hard enough to bruise. "Say it," the admiral growled, eyes fixed on the roiling hollow display of the continent, its surface shivering, whole sections changing color as the cogitators struggled to portray the unfolding disaster. "Out loud," the auger officer swallowed. "World death," he said. "If not arrested, the tectonic plates will shear. Mantle, breach within an estimate of minutes to hours. Void shield grid already collapsing in sections. There will be no stabilization with available resources." On the command deck's raised dais, under the watchful gaze of gilded aquilae, an inquisitorial overseer stood, with hands clasped behind his back. His rosette hung heavy on his breast. He had watched Varkhannis burn from the first Cornate salvo, watched the oceans of men and metal churned into the Slaughterfields. He had authorized the release of every reinforcement and sanction at his disposal, burned through favors and writs that had taken lifetimes to gather. Now all of that was ash. "Options?" he asked, voice level. "Contingency edict exists," the admiral replied. His own voice was hoarse, scraped raw by too many hours of shouting orders. "Planetary exterminatos, cyclonic torpedoes primed, lance batteries capable of cracking the crust in support. Authority rests with you, Lord Inquisitor. We can wait." For a moment, the Inquisitor's jaw clenched. In that heartbeat of hesitation, hololithic icons on the display flared and died as more reactor nodes failed. "What of the Astartes?" he demanded. "The Carcharodons, the World Eaters, Khârn, Tyberos." Still engaged around the macro-reactor complex, the augur officer answered. Telemetry is erratic, interference from warp anomalies and energy discharge. The Inquisitor closed his eyes for a count of 1, seeing in memory the old case he had opened in the depths of Varkhannis' hive, the inquisitorial seal he had split with his own hand. The edict stands, he said, opening his eyes again. We will not fire while there is a chance the reactors might be contained. But if Varkhannis' heart goes, if that world is beyond our control, we must ensure that what is left cannot fester. He looked to the Admiral. Prepare exterminatus level ordnance, he said. Set all cyclonics to standby. We fire on my word, or on confirmation from our Astartes allies that the world is lost. On the surface, the world tried to tear itself apart as the duel continued. The cracked causeway beneath Khârn and Tyberos bucked like a living thing. Sections of the plaza around them split open in jagged lines, slabs of ferrocrete tilting and sliding into widening chasms. Burning machinery toppled, cranes and fuel towers crashing down into the gaps with shrieks of tortured metal. Khârn lunged as the causeway lurched, using the tilt to add momentum to his swing. Gorechild came in low this time, teeth snarling, seeking to carve under Tyberos' guard and take his legs out from beneath him. Tyberos stepped, not away, but onto a shifting chunk of stone, letting the falling mass drop out from beneath his rear foot as he transferred his weight forward. Hunger swept down to meet the chain axe, catching its haft and dragging it up and away. The two weapons ground against each other, throwing off sparks that hissed as they struck the blood-slick surface. The causeway cracked again, a line of fracture racing beneath them. A chunk the size of a rhino transport sheared off from the edge, dropping into the glowing depths with a roar. They moved with the disintegrating bridge, footwork adjusting by instinct and bone-deep training, duel turning into a violent dance across collapsing ground. A section of paving on Khârn's flank gave way entirely, dropping away into a jagged hole that vomited reactor light. A World Eater squad that had been pressing in to support their champion vanished in an instant, the lead berserker's war cry turning into a scream that cut off abruptly as molten energies engulfed them. Their armor and flesh evaporated in the glare, leaving only a faint cloud of ash that spun away on rising thermal currents. The quake that tore that hole open was only the herald. A deeper convulsion rippled through the bedrock. The macro-reactor complex below vomited its fury. The plaza shattered. Stone slabs jumped, some thrown up, others dropping away as the shockwave tore through the support strata. Cracks yawned wider, joining up into gaping canyons. A whole World Eater warband, massed on a lower terrace to charge into the plaza, found the ground beneath them disintegrating. The terrace broke free from the cliff face in one piece, tilted, then carved away entirely. Berserkers tumbled, limbs pinwheeling, axes held in suddenly slack grips. Their howls echoed as they fell, their red armor bright against the incandescent glow beneath. Some were still swinging as they hit the rising wash of plasma. None survived contact. They turned to unrecognizable silhouettes, and then to nothing. Their skulls surrendered to their god in a manner far less satisfying than the blows they had hoped to die under. Above, containment domes, once buried deep, cracked. Structures built to hold a star's worth of energy buckled as Khârn's taint and human incompetence combined. Plates split, seams gaped. Through those ruptures the heart fire of Varkhannis vented. Searing plumes of plasma punched up along pre-existing shafts and fresh-formed fractures, scouring their way toward the surface like spears thrown from below. One of those lances tore free beneath the plaza. Tyberos felt the pre-shock as a surge in reactor readings pinned to the edge of his helm display. Instinct honed by too many void breaches and boarding actions screamed through him. He broke the current bind with Khârn, ripping his claws free and threw himself sideways, hurling his massive frame toward a collapsing gantry. The causeway disintegrated under him the instant his weight left it. The whole span ruptured, breaking apart like brittle bone. Khârn pitched forward with it, the ground betraying him even as he shifted to pursue, his killing lunge carried by momentum into empty air. The lance of superheated plasma hit. It erupted between them in a column of impossible light, a spear of concentrated sun that tore up through the remains of the causeway and into the storm-blackened sky. The air around it boiled, moisture and blood vapor flashing to steam in an instant. Nearby bodies, some fallen, some still struggling to their feet, were unmade. Flesh, bone, armor and weapon all turned to gas in the space of a heartbeat. Even the lingering ash of the falling world-eaters was swept aside, a memory burned away. The shockwave slammed outward. Tyberos hit the gantry edge shoulder first, Terminator plate shrieking as the metal frame bent beneath him. The blast punched into his side, spinning him, throwing him down onto another sloping slab. Warning runes flared again, damage reports stacking in hard, uncompromising script. He grunted, armor servos straining as he forced himself back to a crouch. Across the newborn chasm, Khârn clawed for purchase. The collapsing causeway had dropped out from beneath him, his lunge carrying him past the edge. For a terrifying instant, even his augmented reflexes could not find anything solid. Then one gauntlet slammed down on a jutting piece of broken stone, fingers gouging deep trenches into the rock. Gorechild hung from his other hand, teeth still running, trailing a line of sparks as it scraped against the cliff face. The plasma column tore past yards away, close enough that he felt its heat, even through layers of ceramite and corruption. Systems screamed in his helm, hazard glyphs flashing, auto-senses temporarily whiting out. The edge of his pauldron blistered and ran, brass trim sagging. He hauled himself up, hand over hand, boots kicking against the broken face, angry growl building in his throat. By the time he levered his armor-heavy torso back onto a new ledge of fractured rock, the plasma lance had begun to narrow, collapsing back into the gouged wound it had carved. The ground under him still shook, but he was clear. He rolled to his feet, breath gusting. When his lenses cleared fully, he saw the gulf. Where there had been a cracked but traversable plaza, with a single precarious causeway, there was now a yawning chasm. Its sides glowed where fresh rock had been exposed to the unleashed heartfire. Filaments of molten stone dripped in slow streams. The bottom was not visible, only a shuddering light, too bright, too wrong to look at for long. On the other side, Tyberos stood on his own precarious shelf of shuddering metal and stone. They faced one another across that impassable wound, separated by the width of the chasm and by the lancing column that still flared and faded between them. Blood rain hissed as it struck the superheated edges, turning to steam in thin, frantic jets. Khârn's grip tightened on Gorechild's haft. He wanted to leap. Every fury-drenched instinct in his frame screamed at him to try, to throw himself across the void, to claw at the opposite lip and drag this duel to its rightful conclusion. Even he could see that there was no purchase. Oh, there. The far ledge was already cracking, chunks shearing away underfoot. The air itself shimmered with heat, disturbed by fresh tremors that sent fine gravel skittering from his boots. He snarled, teeth grinding. On the far side, Tyberos weighed his own calculus. Data streamed across his display. Structural integrity readings on the ledge he occupied dropped with each quake. Deep scans showed more reactor vent lines pressurizing below, their paths uncertain now that the initial rupture had punched new channels into the strata. The macro-reactor's core signature had gone from unstable to critical, cycling toward inevitable cascade. He could stay. He could try to find a path, to force the duel forward. And he would die here, crushed in a rockfall, or vaporized by the next plasma lance. The Imperium would gain nothing from his corpse. The Carcharodon's role would be over, their tally last, unfinished. Khârn's calculus was simpler. He spat onto the stone at his feet, saliva, red with his own blood. To die under that, he muttered, low, voice transmitting on no channel, words for himself and his absent god, would give no skull, no tail, no witness. Khârn loved sacrifice, but not the pointless kind that denied further slaughter. Annihilation beneath a planet's dying heart would be waste. His god would take his blood, take his skull, and gain no story for his throne. Across the chasm, Tyberos straightened to his full height. Around him, Khârn were already reacting to the new reality. Terminators braced against tumbling debris, line brethren hurling themselves clear of sudden collapses. In their helms, extraction runes flared. "Shade Lord," came a sergeant's voice through the command vox, clipped and strained. "Teleport beacons are within range. Structural collapse projections indicate this site will not hold for long." Beacons mounted on Khârn vambrises and gorgets lit in sequence, their small, brutal devices, emitting invisible spears of coded signal toward the Nikor's waiting teleportariums. Tyberos held Khârn's gaze for a heartbeat longer, then gave a single fractional nod. "Mark coordinates," he voxed. "Begin extraction. All kill data transmitted. No brother to remain planetside once the heart goes." Acknowledgements came back in a chorus of clicks and grunted affirmations. On Khârn's side, World Eaters were shouting at him. "Lord!" one bellowed, his voice ricocheting between fractured rock walls. "Stormbird incoming. We must pull back. The ground is breaking. The reactors—" Khârn rounded on him, Gorechild twitching in his hand. "Do not speak to me of the ground," he snarled. "Do not speak to me of retreat." Another quake hit, harder than the last. The ledge under them lurched, half of it crumbling away in a cascade of stone and bodies. A demon engine that had clambered too close to the edge lost its footing entirely, crashing down, claws, scrabbling, before it toppled screaming into the light. Khârn staggered, caught himself, boots skidding. Even he could see that another few heartbeats might see the entire face collapse. Two berserkers seized the moment. They grabbed his arms. They did it with more bravery than sense, fingers digging into his battered shoulder plates, chain axes hanging from their belts as they hauled. The risk of being cut apart for daring to lay hands on him was better than the certainty of losing their champion to a failing world. "Stormbird," one repeated voice raw. "There will be more skulls, elsewhere. Do not give this grave your own." For a breath, Khârn considered killing them. Then he snarled, more at the universe than at them, and let them drag him back. They stumbled along the fractured ledge, chunks dropping away behind them into the roaring glow. Above, a Stormbird gunship in World Eater colors roared in on straining engines, pilot fighting to keep the craft level in. The rising thermal turbulence. Its assault ramp was already lowering, its interior a glaring rectangle of red light. Khârn teleport flares blossomed around Tyberos. One by one his warriors vanished, grey forms dissolving into grainy light as the Nikor's engines snatched them from the disintegrating battlefield. The Red Brethren went last, their Terminator hulks disappearing in staggered bursts, each extraction punctuated by a brief flash. The stone under their boots fell away in places as they departed, rock sliding into the widening chasm. Tyberos lingered a moment longer than the rest. He watched Khârn being dragged toward the waiting Stormbird, saw the betrayer wrench free at the last stride and turn, chain axe raised, roaring his fury toward the shaking sky. The sound carried even across the gulf, even through the wail of klaxons and the roar of the ruptured reactor. It was not fear, it was denial, an unfinished oath hurled at a collapsing world. Tyberos did not answer. His helm tilted up, taking in the rent heavens, the bruised clouds lit from beneath by venting plasma, and fires across the Slaughterfields. Somewhere beyond the smoke and brass-colored stormfront, the Nikor waited, and beyond that, the hard glint of the defense fleet and the colder enmity of the Inquisition. He opened a channel. "Inquisitorial command," he said. This is Tyberos of the Khârn Astra, reporting from macro-reactor Nexus. Static snarled, then cleared enough for a voice. "Shade Lord," the Inquisitor's tones came, strained but recognizable. "Your status?" Tyberos glanced down at the chasm, at the reactor light pulsing in ever more frantic beats. "Varkhannis' heart is rupturing," he said. "Containment is lost. Tectonic collapse is underway. Enemy elite assets are mauled but not eradicated. Planetary integrity cannot be restored." He paused, knowing what the words would mean when entered into the records, when Cross, referenced with the old edict, opened in a quiet room far from the trenches. "World is lost," he finished. There was a heartbeat of silence, filled only by the distant scream of the reactor and the groan of failing stone. "Confirmation received," the Inquisitor said at last, voice very quiet. "Exterminatus contingency authorized. Get your brothers clear, Shade Lord. We will burn what remains." Tyberos closed the channel. Teleport runes on his vambrace flared as the Nikor's machine spirit seized upon his beacon. The air around him thickened, light bending. The last thing he saw of Varkhannis' surface was Khârn on the Stormbird's ramp, chain axe raised, roaring his frustration into the storm as the gunship lifted, fire licking its hull. Then the Slaughterfields vanished in a flicker, replaced by the cold, familiar gloom of the Nikor's teleportarium. Far below, the macro-reactor's scream climbed toward a final, piercing note. Varkhannis died in fire. From the high void, the fortress world looked for a moment almost peaceful, its storms forming pale swirls over the scar tissue of its continents. Then the first cyclonic torpedo struck. The weapon pierced the upper atmosphere on a pillar of white light, its hardened shell shrugging off the last, tattered remnants of void shields. It burrowed deep, deeper than any surface gun could reach, augurs screaming as its machine spirit sang its terminal hymn. When it detonated, the core charge unbound the bonds of matter beneath the planet's skin. A blossom of radiance grew under the crust. A breath later, virus warheads began to fall in staggered patterns across the hemisphere that still clung to life. Their canisters ruptured as they struck the poisoned ground, releasing clouds of engineered death that rolled out like invisible storms. Where those clouds passed, any organic matter that had not already been burned away withered, blackened, and collapsed into greasy drifts of slime, ready fuel for the fires to come. Lance batteries joined the work. From the prows of Imperial battleships and the flanks of the Nikor and her attendant grey hulks, lances stabbed down in salvos, lines of stabbing brilliance that carved through atmosphere and into rock. They did not aim at armies now. They aimed at fault lines, at reactor nodes already bursting, at the world's structural sinews. Each strike was a deliberate cruelty, a precise blow that split plates, opened new channels for the roaring energies inside. Under that combined assault, Varkhannis cracked, its mantle convulsed, vast chambers of molten stone and plasma buckling under the stress. The crust shifted in colossal jerks, mountain chains shuddering like the teeth of a dying jaw. Whole continents tilted perceptibly in the auger banks of the fleet as the planet's rotation stuttered under the internal violence being birthed. The atmosphere went last. Ignition came first along the band where virus clouds had thickened. Combustion raced across the tainted air, burning the very sky. The blue and grey above the Slaughterfields turned the colour of fresh arterial spray, then darker, then black as the gases were consumed and replaced by a boiling shroud of soot and flame. From orbit, it was a single sweeping wave of fire that girdled the dying world, a crown of destruction. On the ground, there was no time to witness any of it. The Slaughterfields, which had drunk so much blood and metal, were swallowed whole in seismic firestorms. Fault lines that had yawned in ragged mouths now tore wide enough to swallow fortress hives. Rivers of molten rock surged up through the fissures, washing over trench monuments, armor parks, and the corpse hills raised by months of unending war. Titans, toppled in earlier battles or still striding in broken glory, were lifted and tumbled like toys in those currents, their adamantine skeletons glowing for a few moments before collapsing and vanishing. Billions of bodies, some yet warm, most long since stiffened or rotted, were erased. Tanks whose names had been painted proudly on their hulls by their crews vanished in the same instant as nameless conscripts. The hulk of the fallen warlord that Khârn had gutted, the shattered carcasses of demon engines, the bones of Ogryns, and the twisted forms of bloodletters that had refused to fade, all of it went up together in one incandescent act of sanctioned annihilation. Varkhannis' bastions flared and went dark on fleet augurs. Its vox nets, already a howling ruin of static and screams, cut out mid-word. The icon that had marked the fortress world on the sector charts flickered, then changed color, its designation downgraded in a heartbeat from bastion to cinder. Aboard the Nikor, the silence after the firing orders were carried out felt deeper than the void outside. Tyberos stood alone in a secondary strategium, smaller and darker than the main command vault, its walls lined not with honor banners but with plain, grim data shrines. The only light came from a single hollow projector in front of him and from the runes on the helm recorders slotted into the machinery around it. The hollow showed Khârn. The image was cropped tight, taken from the viewpoint of a Khârn battle brother whose helm had been crushed seconds later. The betrayer filled the projection, red armor scabbed with dried gore and fresh blood, the brass edges of his helm catching the light from burning promethium. Gorechild was mid-swing, its teeth a blurred arc of demon-edged steel. Behind him, the Slaughterfields burned. Tyberos froze the Pict at that point. A simple gesture of his clawed hand halted the playback. Khârn hung in ghostlight, forever in the instant before the blow fell. "Subject Khârn," intoned a flat artificial voice from the data shrine as Tyberos tapped a rune with one talon. Cross-reference: Betrayer, Champion of Khârn, Traitor Legion Warband World Eaters. Status: at large. Tyberos watched the static image in silence for several heartbeats. The helm lenses of the figure in the projection seemed to stare back, as if aware of being observed. He recorded the angles, the gait, the micro flecks of movement in the captured frame that spoke of how the man fought. He made a small, precise motion. "Archive," he said. Runes along the side of the hollow flickered as the recording was copied into a deeper, more heavily encrypted vault within the Nikor's cogitator core. The file designation changed, flagged with the glyphs of the chapter's most restricted kill lists. It joined other such entries there, a ledger not of worlds, but of individuals who had earned the Khârn's particular attention. A junior officer stood at the edge of the gloom, helmet tucked under his arm, eyes fixed on the frozen image. He was taller than most men, as all Astartes were, his grey plate gouged and scarred from the campaign, a fresh line of dried blood turning one half of his face mask darker, where it had spattered and dried. "My lord," he ventured after a moment, "we let him go." Tyberos did not turn. "The world would not allow the cull to finish," he said. "I know, my lord," the officer pressed, emboldened by the fact that he still had a tongue. But still, such a beast, such a threat. Perhaps we should have remained. The word seemed inadequate in the face of the world cracking on the auger feeds, but it was all the officer had. Tyberos let the silence stretch until the younger warrior could feel the weight of his mistake. "Some prey," the Shade Lord said at last, "is best culled at the proper tide." He spoke the words without emphasis, but they landed with the weight of an oath. The officer bowed his head, chastened, and in his Astartes way, enlightened. He saw now that the recording being filed was not a monument to a failure. It was a mark on a chart, a datum point in a hunt that could last as long as the chapter chose to remember. Far from Varkhannis, deep within the wound of the Eye of Terror, another ship sailed in the warp's diseased currents. The World Eater cruiser had once been a proud imperial vessel, its lines clean, its prows bearing the Aquila. Now its hull was a mass of brass and blackened iron, studded with skull trophies and demon growths that pulsed faintly in time with some distant, hateful heart. Chains dragged from its underside, their ends lost in the warp mists, snagging the ghosts of dead ships as it passed. Within its blood-slicked decks, Khârn brooded. He sat on the ruined stump of what had been a command throne, now little more than a twisted frame nailed to the deck in a cramped vault that stank of coagulated gore and burnt propellant. His armor was cracked in several places, plates shorn and scorched, his flesh beneath stitched with crude staples where battlefield attentions had been required to keep him from spilling out entirely. The wound carved by Slake still ran from flank to breast, a crooked gouge that should have killed any other warrior. It seeped sluggishly, the blood dark and thick, refusing fully to close, as if it too clung to the memory of the fight. Around him lay skulls. They were stacked in casual piles, not the careful, altar-ready pyramids favored by some devotees, but the hoardings of a predator claiming trophies without artistry. Some were human, still wearing tags of flat cloth or bits of helmet. Others were larger, heavier, the reinforced bone of Ogryns and Xenos. A few still had spots of armor or mechadendrite attached, where Khârn had taken them so quickly there had been no time to clean the kill. They were the skulls of Varkhannis' last defenders, taken in the final hours before the evacuation, when the world had already begun to shake itself apart, but there had still been men to kill. A World Eater champion, his own armor dented and stained, stepped into the vault with the swagger of one who had survived something he should not. "Lord," he said, spreading his arms wide, blood dripping from the chain axe in his hand. "We did it. The world burns. The blood god has his due. Varkhannis is no more." Khârn's head turned slowly. The champion's grin faltered. The betrayer rose from the broken throne without haste. Gore-Child rested in his hand, its teeth idling. The wound along his flank pulled under the pressure, splitting a little further, thick blood running anew. He did not seem to notice. "The world burns," he repeated softly. "Yes," the champion said quickly. "I saw it through the viewports, Lord. Fire in the sky, cracks in the skin, the whole stone coming apart. A worthy sacrifice." Khârn's gauntlet moved. The backhand caught the champion across the helm with force enough to twist metal and bone as if both were made of cloth. The World Eater flew sideways, crashing into the bulkhead hard enough to dent the plasteel and send a spiderweb of cracks racing through the warped decor welded there. He slid to the deck, helm caved in on one side, one red eye lens shattered, blood leaking from the grill. Khârn stalked toward him, Gore-Child's teeth picking up a little speed, a savage purr. "The world," he said, voice iron and wire, "stole my kill." He loomed over the fallen champion, helm lenses burning. "I had him, silent shark and I," Khârn snarled. "I had him on the edge, claws in my blood, my axe in his armor, the ground breaking, the reactor screaming, and then the rock chose to die instead of letting us finish. It took the duel, it took the tail," he spat, the gobbet of blood and phlegm spattering on the deck beside the other warrior's head. "You praise the stone?" he asked. "You dare?" The champion tried to answer, some broken jumble of apology and protest. The words became a wet gargle as Gore-Child dropped, the chain blade biting into the bulkhead beside his skull. The teeth skimmed, the edge of his helm ringing off the metal, close enough that the impact drove shrapnel into his flesh. It was not a killing blow. Not yet. It was a promise. Khârn straightened, turning away, leaving the chastened warrior gasping. He looked down at one of the skull piles. at a particular cranium whose size and shape marked it as ordinary. He picked it up, turning it in his hand. A guardsman, perhaps, a stormtrooper, someone who had died well enough to be noticed in the blur. "The silent wake," he said aloud, tasting the words. They felt right. Not just silent shark, not just the cold killer. The name wrapped around the image of the Terminator, who had stood against him with no roar, no sermon, only those twin claws and that steady gaze. The wake of grey that had followed him through the war, the quiet drowning of so many of Khârn's lessers beneath his advance. Khârn squeezed. The skull cracked in his gauntlet with a pleasing sound. "Finest of the Emperor's lapdogs. I have crossed blades with," he said, voice pitched to carry along the deck, through open hatches, down rusted corridors. Not broken, not whining, not cringing behind his scriptures, a killer, without the lies. He lifted his helm toward the stained ceiling, toward the unseen blood god watching from whatever pit matched his nature. "Lord of skulls," he growled, "hear me. By the blood I shed on Varkhannis, by the wound I carry in my flesh from that shark's claws, I swear this. I will take his head. I will rip the silent wake from his armor and bring his skull to your throne. That duel will be finished, or I will feed every world between us into your jaws." Echoes answered him. Some were his own warriors, taking up the roar, bellowing Khârn's name. Others were stranger, deeper, the faint, hungry murmur of something vast and amused, rippling the warp around the ship. In the sober halls of the administratum, far from the warp storms and the screams, Varkhannis's end became a line in a ledger. Clerks in quill-stained robes sat at their desks beneath shelves of data slates and stacks of parchment, and input the details with the same rote care they used for supply tallies and tithe calculations. Designation: Varkhannis, Fortress World. Status: Lost to Exterminatus. Cause: Chaos Incursion, World Eater's war host. Result: Planetary destruction sanctioned. Enemy warband severely maimed. Champion Asset Khârn the Betrayer denied kill objective. Projected impact: reduction in regional defense grid. Increased martyr narratives. Potential recruitment boons in adjacent systems. Material loss significant but factored against denial of demon world formation. The ink dried. The pages were bound. The world became a sobering reference in cost-benefit debates and a cautionary footnote in future Fortress World planning. In the shadowed archives of the Inquisition, the records were shorter and heavier. One entry near the end of a long, redacted report read simply: Contact: Khârn, the Betrayer, and Tyberos of the Carcharodons. Astra at Varkhannis Macro Reactor Nexus. Outcome: no termination, mutual wounding, planetary loss. Threat assessment: unresolved, future convergence likely. Monitor. The words were written in a hand that betrayed no emotion, but the fact that they were written at all meant something. There were not many events that the Ordos marked as wounds, rather than closures. In the Carcharodons' own deep vaults, in the Nikor's iron-shadowed data core, the encounter was logged in their fashion. Khârn's image, frozen mid-swing, joined other entries in the restricted kill archive. Alongside it were short, precise notes in the chapter's stark script. Height approximations, reach, preferred weapon arcs, estimated reaction times, observed psychology, delight in resistance, seeks worthy opposition, will prioritize apex foe over easier kills when presented. At the end of the record, a single line added in the same hand that had spoken in the small strategium: hunt not concluded. In time, the Nikor turned away from Varkhannis's embers and slipped back into deeper, darker waters, drawn by fresh, distant screams. In time, Khârn's cruiser tore its way back toward other wars, other worlds to bleed. For a span, though, both fleets sailed with a different weight in their cause. Some nights, in the warped semblance of sleep that he allowed himself inside his helm, Tyberos saw a flash of red armor and the arc of a demon axe against his claws, felt again the jarring impact that had driven him to his knee. He recorded the sensation, catalogued it, folded it away, but it remained, a datum that would not entirely still. Somewhere in the warp's poisonous glow, Khârn would stare at the wound along his flank, tracing its crooked path with a gauntleted finger, and feel something that was not quite frustration, not quite anticipation, but contained pieces of both, in the great, uncaring black. Between stars, two distant fleets moved. One was grey, its hulls marked with tooth glyphs and kill runes, its vox nets quiet, its warriors speaking little, save in the language of target designations and kill orders. The other was brass red and black, its prows crowned with skull icons, its vox forever full of chanting and laughter and blood-slicked threats. They sailed separate currents, through different wars, under different masters and gods. Yet somewhere ahead of each, in the uncharted dark, there was a point both would reach, a place where the wake and the axe would cross again. The promise of that meeting was written not in ink or data runes, but in the blood spilled on a fortress world now reduced to ash.